How'd you know, Cheryl? I, how y'all doing tonight? I have Christmas music playing in the background to try and keep me calm. Just had one of those spells that just come out of nowhere. So it's time to just breathe and calm down. Try to leave. If anybody wants to come out. I was going to talk about something, and I was like, and I beat that to death. I can't think of anything else to say about it. How you doing tonight, Cheryl? It's been a busy, and trying to get all the information on Benjamin. Having the workers here working on the front deck all day. I think I'm going to get it screened in, actually. I'm thinking, you know, just because we have so, it'd help with the mosquitoes, I think. I guess. No, it is kind of hard. But I keep doing things to try and get there. So I was like, okay, I gotta calm down. So paint a dove. Well, so I'm shaking, trying to paint this piece, dove piece, whatever you call it. I'm no artist, y'all. Hopefully I don't get in trouble for it, but if I do, I don't care. I think we need it. Hey, Daniel. Good to see you. How are you doing tonight? Oh, this is my favorite one. What a crazy Christmas picture. Really? Oh, cozy. Okay. I was going to say, wait, it's a fireplace. Hey, cool. Can you see the link up there if you want to come up? and, and good to see you. And then I did see that one for my maybe I should leave it like that. So but I like the picture. Now I don't know how to get back to the picture. No, I should be sipping. No, that would probably help. Oh my goodness. What am I doing? Don't touch the buttons. Okay. Oh Lordy. It's what have I done? Okay, it's miniature. Stop it. No, not full screen. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's back to normal. English crap. Good to see you. Hey, Carl.
Hey, Bonnie, what in the Muzak elevator music shopping mall thing do we got going on here?
Oh, no, you are not. You want me to boot you common Christmas music
No, don't you ever remember like going to the mall back in the day and there'd be this music on the PA over the whole building?
to keep you less stressed so you buy more? Yes.
hmm I'm getting that vibe.
And this is Oh Holy Night. How can you even complain about that?
Well, I have this knack about being able to turn anything, almost anything, into a joke.
Into a joke?
Yeah, can't help it. It's like built-in sarcasm. But on a serious note, anything else on anybody seen Benji or anything anywhere?
No, I have. Well, I haven't been on YouTube. So
I've been on YouTube looking around. I was hoping to see him pop in somewhere.
it sounds like he's pretty weak and tired. And so I kind of doubt that he would be participating in any of the chats. Um, Hopefully, he'll surprise us soon. He is missed.
What's up, Cola, Bush, Cheryl, Kissa? Who else is up in here? And Garvey. That's as far as it'll let me go.
Yes, Cola, I enjoyed that too. It was church.
Didn't Martha Stewart play like music behind her when she was doing her thing?
I have no idea. I if I watched Martha Stewart, it was a handful of times. I can't even. It seems like I can remember her once. Whatever she did, didn't she cook?
She had like you remember Better Homes and Gardens and Family Circle and all those magazines? That's what it reminded me of. You know, like
Uh,
a show, like one of those magazines, just covered recipes and Christmas decorations, and, all that stuff.
okay. I used to watch somebody else for that. Um, Man, I can't even remember what it was called. And they would have guests, and they would show how to make different things. It was pretty neat.
What's up, Jen?
Oh, awesome, Jen. Thank you. Much
I was
appreciated.
sleeping, Cheryl. I gotta stay awake during the daylight hours during the week.
Well, and that's what I have decided I have got to do. As much as I love late night, um, with the builders here, and there's there's just things I have to be up earlier for, and so I'll probably close this one down at midnight. You know, all you night owls, if somebody wants to go live, please do. Um,
Well, that's what Cole is here for now.
yes, and but it's the time, and I don't know um, how to share my. Because if I pay for StreamYard, like people have been sharing their hours with her. So, am I allowed to do that? Tomcats World.
What's up, Tom Casson? He did a live earlier. Hey, Sandy.
It is so good to see you. I have been watching Bug Out, and that's all y'all doing, walking the trail. It is
Oh,
so
I
good
saw
to
a little
see y'all.
tour of his house. He's got himself a nice place. I like that. With those,
Awesome.
he's got all those locked together wood floor uh, the wood flooring that they use. It's not really
Yeah.
wood, but it looks just like it's super tough. I love that stuff.
Laminate. Yeah. Cool.
What's
Hey,
up,
Chris.
Billy? Chris Gilder. Yeah, his place looked really nice, actually.
Oh, that's awesome. That is so good to hear. Yeah, he seemed happy when they were doing the trail. It's good to see them both happy.
Hey, Sharon.
Hi, Sharon. See you, sweetie.
Yeah, it's pretty sad to hear about Benji.
I know it.
I know he's alone. I've seen him make so many comments on how he is on his own and how he
Yes.
can barely afford anything. He actually, I watched the cost
Wow.
of living sink him in deeper because he started voicing how he couldn't afford certain things because he paid his rent or whatever it was. I know he's been
Yeah,
having a hard time. I'm not wondering if stress didn't bring that on.
possibly.
What's going on, Watt?
Yeah. Um, he's been on my heart for a while to figure out some way to help him out. And um, I even discussed it with another, and um, just a little something for a little cush, I don't know. Um,
Well, that's a
and
good thing, Jen.
yes,
Glad
it
you can
is
do
good. I'm glad to hear that. I did not know that.
it.
Yeah, I knew you went down and visited Jen. That's good. I've got glitter all over me. I think I just got in.
That stuff is evil. I had a girlfriend that was into that stuff. I'd get that stuff in every crack and crevice of me. I get it in my eyes. That stuff is just evil. You shouldn't even mess with glitter. That's like warfare or something. You could use it for blinding
Oh,
people.
it is not warfare. So I've been trying to brighten up the manger. And hey, White Life, how are you?
It's good to see y'all.
Good to
What's
see
up,
you.
Walt?
And so I got the glitter, and then I was like, well, wait, it's hanging on the wall. How am I going to get the glitter up there? So I took the clear glue and put it in the plate like I do the paint. And then I just dumped the glitter all in the glue, stirred it all up, and painted it on just like I was painting. And it it's up there, but it still didn't make it pop like I wanted to. But the pea stuff, well, of course, it's going to be white. Maybe I don't know. We'll see. I keep moving things around. I'm poking holes in that background. So I'm like, oops, now I got to cover that hole. So,
Have you ever seen a glitter bomb, Bonnie?
a what?
A glitter bomb.
A glitter bomb?
Yeah, you know how people steal packages off of porches and stuff? Now people make these packages that explode and cover people in glitter
Oh
so they
yeah,
can be.
Oh no.
that's
I,
pretty funny.
I
That's
would be a
horrible.
Hey, Pat, good to see you.
Hey,
Got to
Pat.
ward off the porch pirates.
Mhm. Pretty sure you could blind a person with that.
And so I did look for the glitter craft paint, and all I could find was silver metallic. But so that's why I was like, it's got to have some glitter. Glitter brightens up everything.
And it's hard to get rid of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get any on you, it'll stay on you for days. You're just like, where's the stuff still coming from?
I know.
I'm telling you what, men should have nothing to do with that stuff. You'll end up with disco balls.
Yeah.
Hey, the disco balls are bigger flakes. They're not.
If you ever fell in love at the disco, you went home with a little glitter on your collar. Some would say.
Yeah.
Do I hear music?
Yes,
Yeah.
you do.
Okay, I was making sure I wasn't hearing things like, man, somebody, is this the big one, Elizabeth? Is it time?
I just
Yeah.
feel like I should be buying Christmas presents at the mall.
Okay. I like it. I was just making sure I wasn't hearing things.
I like it too. Thank you, Watt Life. Carl came up and said, what's this elevator music?
No, I call it Muzak. Remember, it was called Muzak. They used to have recordings of softer versions of famous songs that would play in the elevators in the stores.
Gma was at the same place as you. On the collar, I could explain.
You know?
Good to see you, Gma. Yeah, I didn't take a nap, Cola. I was like, I'm not taking a nap. I'm staying awake. I'm going to go live so I don't take a nap and be able to get up early in the morning. I've just got too much to do. When my daughter was talking about moving in and putting all of her stuff in storage, I thought, okay, so what does she need to bring with her? Some clothes, makeup, whatever. There is boxes. She wants the Keurig, she wants the air fryer, she wants to bring all this stuff in, and I have my counter set up just right, just for me. And I'm like, okay, how important is this? It's not, but I don't want it to look junky. So we got to work on that. And I'm just going to wake her up because she doesn't get off work till midnight. And you know how it is. Even after doing live, unwinding for a while.
Bonnie, do you have the kind of cupboards that you have a space between the ceiling and the cupboard tops in your kitchen?
Yes.
I've done this twice at two places where I built a shelf that goes over each cupboard. Then all you need is a little step stool, and you can set your popcorn maker and your broiler or whatever it is you're not using up on the top of the cupboard while they're not in use.
Oh, that's a good idea because I'm not using the juicer or the KitchenAid mixer that I inherited.
Makes it really easy to get them, and put them away.
Yes. And then for Keurig and what else did I say? Oh, the air fryer. It can go on the cart that those two I'm sitting on. That's a good idea. While the guys are here with all the wood, I'll get that done. Trees and periwinkle.
Is periwinkle that red dairy that has like a green little center to it?
I'm waiting
Hearing about
for Mark to answer that because I have no idea. I guess I could look it up.
What's the question?
I was trying
Periwinkle.
to remember what periwinkle was, and the only thing that come to mind was these little red berries with like a green center in them, like an eye.
I'm not sure. Besides the color, I'm not sure.
I'm going to look it up. Because I have no idea.
Sounds like quite a periwinkle you got yourself into.
Oh, she said no, it's a crawling vine with little blue flowers.
Oh, cool. It says blue.
I think I'm thinking of like hemlock or something, or I've seen it on an evergreen bush, is what I was thinking.
It's like a ground cover. That is really pretty.
What, Dana?
Only problem is it's more places for snakes to hide around here. That's what we have to worry about when the bluebonnets come up, all the wildflowers, because you don't want to mow them down.
Happy Two Bear.
Hey, Happy.
Good to see you.
Blessings to you too.
Oh, snakes. If they're rattlesnakes, that's good eating, Bonnie.
Yeah, well, I don't really want to feed rattlesnakes. No,
My mom always just blew their heads off, but I used to take the shovel to them.
Dane. Yeah, I'd rather shoot from a distance. I don't want to get close enough to take their head. My son will do that, but not me. He do
Hello,
dog.
Dodo. So, are we expecting an alien invasion or what? I hear that we're supposed to be like seeing something happen. Anybody else heard that?
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be Friday around lunchtime. I think that's what they say.
What do you think is best for UAPs? What? Buckshot?
Oh, I thought it was today.
I thought
Everyone
it was
kept
today too.
They postponed it as inclement weather today. They couldn't get a proper navigation to land, so I think they're shooting for Friday at lunch.
I bet that was a mass demo. That's all I kept hearing was December 3rd, and here it is. And that's what I was going to ask y'all. Did y'all see anything crazy?
I did
It
not
was,
look near at all today.
well, it was our second zoning city council meeting tonight. I didn't get to go, but I got information already because I have connections. 3, 4.
Some of this music, I keep waiting to hear Dan Murray break out in some lounge singer music.
It's not unusual to be loved by anyone.
Keep going, man. Keep going. I like Christmas music, Bonnie, don't get me wrong, but I like Twisted Sister and
Oh, good Lord.
Lemmy and you know, the Siberian Orchestra. And there's a lot of good Christmas music. You just gotta look for it.
Yeah, I've heard the Siberian Orchestra. Yeah, they're pretty good.
What's up, Amir?
Huckleberry has to come in and agree with you. And I've heard the Siberian orchestra also. They are good. But I'd probably get in trouble for that.
Yeah, probably.
Probably, yeah.
Usually people do hang around me. I try not to, influence anybody or anything, but it's just been like this since I was young. I don't usually get trouble. Everybody else does, but they never catch me.
She must said everything was lost and Ward fought on the boat, and I had to swim to shore to save myself. Here,
I heard
I
bits and pieces of this story. I think she ought to come on the panel one day and tell us about that because it sounds like a hell of a story.
yeah,
What's up, Eric?
and well, we're in Texas, and carry one. If you go to the river fishing, you carry one because those water moccasins will come after you. You have protection. I just saw this interview. Darn it, what is that guy's name? He's bald. I think I might have shared it. Did I share it? And he was interviewing a
Joe Rogan.
I don't know. Maybe
When you said bald interviewer, that's the first one that came to my mind.
is he heavy set or is he just like normal? Like
No, he's not really heavy set. He's pretty muscular. He's in shape. He works out.
yeah,
Does martial arts.
it sounds like that could be him.
He's
And
like the world's most famous podcaster. In fact, I think he's
well,
officially the world's most famous podcaster.
I enjoy him. You know, I mean, he has people from all different walks of life, different interests. You know,
yeah,
I must have watched at least 50 of his shows all the way through because I feel the same way. I watched the Elon Musk and the Trump one, but I've watched a lot with oh geez, I can't even remember these guys' names. I can never can pull them out of the file cabinet.
hey Buckeye Bob, good to see
The
you.
ones that talk about the younger Dryas and stuff all the time. Those guys.
Well, he was interviewing the I believe he's still a police officer. He
What's up, Marco?
a Marine, and he got a medical discharge when he was blown up in Afghanistan, and that's what the same thing with my friend here. Once he was injured, he became a police officer, and he said, on that interview, he said every person in the United States should be carrying right now because the crime rate has gotten so high. And what they did when they started trying to defund the police was made the police department not as functional as it could be. And he said, but even still, if some lady is in trouble and she calls me, it's going to take me 7 minutes to get there. I said, every person should be carrying. And I was like, okay, I
I
like
don't know
this.
why, but you glitched out. I couldn't hear the last 5, 6 words you said.
He said, every person in the United States should be carrying.
oh, I agree.
I do too.
Even if you do take away all the who's who and the what's what of current events, you know, just the nature of the beast, you know.
I don't think the illegal immigrants should be carrying. I don't think the mentally insane should be carrying. I don't think the hardcore parole criminals should be carrying. There's a lot of people that shouldn't be carrying.
Okay,
Kids shouldn't
well,
be
maybe, yeah,
carrying.
it should be vetted some, I'm sure. And well, that's what they do whenever they do a background check. And even whenever we go to like the fish fry and they have a raffle, they have an auction. There's a man right there with his computer, and get a background check before you're even handed your winnings. If it's any kind of weaponry, and he does it right there. That's always been. I don't know if it's that way in other states, but we have to have background check, even if it's free. Not inherited, but still.
Slippery slope. All that control. Nothing's that simple. Nothing's clean cut. There's always loopholes and
Maybe I need to stop the music. Is that it? Seems like it's affecting.
can you turn it down just a hair?
I can't hardly hear either one of y'all now for some reason.
I noticed I could hear the music better than I could hear Bonnie. Now that she
Okay,
mentions
all
that.
right, I can hear Kimmo now.
Okay, I stopped the music.
That was weird. I don't know why it would be affecting it like that.
I don't
Because
either.
because they're voice actuated microphones. They usually don't even turn on until a noise happens. So when you're hearing a background, it's barely turning on and off before you even say anything. So it messes with the automatic actuation of a microphone.
Okay. Hey, Rabbit. Good to see you.
I
Well,
concur.
Kyle,
President Poopy Pants wants to give Angola $1 billion for emergency relief for
see, I
folks
couldn't even
in
hear it.
North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida get crap. Yes, happy.
Hey, Blackbird, happy birthday. I think I saw something about you. It was your birthday somewhere.
Happy birthday.
Hi, Blackbird. Happy
I
birthday.
think, I think she's like 21 now. She can buy beer and whiskey.
Echo couldn't hear the music. Okay.
Happy birthday.
Are you going to continue?
Nah, I didn't want to scare away your audience.
Oh, whatever.
You know what? You never follow through, man. You get less words out than I do when you start to sing. I know it's just like, what was the last one he did that? It says like half a line and then he stops. What's up with that?
Yeah.
Keeps you wanting more, you know. Like, man,
Oh,
what's
okay.
you know?
I see.
It's like
It's
going
open
to the
way.
store and getting free samples, you know, like, man, that was really good. What was that? I can't remember. Hopefully I get it again sometime.
Clever.
So I told y'all I would give you updates. So the city council, they gave more detailed information on various things like the wastewater plant and different expenditures for the city's operating and hot fund distribution. She put that in all caps, the hot. I'm gonna find out what that is. They will be having a workshop open to the public January 7th and hopefully have more info and better details on the proposed zoning changes, then have a meeting to vote at a later date. So I'm glad that we're going to get to vote on this too, whatever it is. I'm sure that they're giving us drips, not the whole thing. And then there was a headline today concerning South Korea.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, give that one a couple days for the truth to come out because they said that the president called martial law or something, but now I'm hearing that he did it to protect himself from being removed from office. Then I hear other people saying that there was, the enemy had infiltrated parts of the system and had tried a coup, and it's like, so there's multiple stories coming out along with that. So I'll bet you it changes again tomorrow. This feels like one of those stories that's going to morph.
Oh, no doubt.
and Trillium. Good to see you. And so that's what
I heard the martial law was already called off.
yes, so that's what I want to tell you how it was done. Calls grow for South Korea's president to resign after martial law chaos. And so apparently there's a growing pressure on South Korean president, I'm not going to say his name, to step down after his aborted attempt to declare martial law, which plunged the country into political uncertainty and sparked a fierce backlash. The opposition Democratic Party said it would begin impeachment proceedings again if he doesn't step down immediately. This chief of staff and other top officials submitted their resignations, while the country's largest union, Confederation, said members would strike until Yoon quits. The president had declared martial law in a surprise late-night address on Tuesday, citing a motion by the Democratic Party, which has a majority in Parliament, to impeach top prosecutors and reject a government budget proposal. So, in an extraordinary overnight showdown, furious lawmakers forced their way past soldiers into Parliament to vote to strike down the martial law decree. So they voted
Wait a minute, go 1 second. They forced their way past the military. So was there
Yes.
gunfire? Was there fighting? How did they manage to
They
force
were
their way?
armed, but it didn't mention any shootings. It's just they were blocked and they said, no, we're going in.
Huh. That's some military they got there.
Well, these are members of Parliament, though. You know.
Yeah. I'm just saying, it just sounds.
So it sounds like
stood down. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like the military stood down.
Well, in reading all of these headlines, because there's when you keep scrolling down, there's multiple headlines and stories about this. It sounds like the president of South Korea is very Republican minded, and that's what he's calling it, the Republic of, somewhere I saw it, Republic of South Korea. So, and then his reason for calling martial law was because he felt that there was a danger to.
Well, there has been a constant danger since 1953 of the North Koreans invading South Korea. So, I mean, maybe communism had a back door in there and they stopped it. I don't know.
No,
That's really their number one worry there.
technically on paper, that war never ended, you know?
Right. And you remember Trump walked right over the line alone. You know,
Oh, that's a big deal.
yeah, that's like the biggest bowling balls I've ever seen on a person, right? And
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just super suspicious about anything that comes out of a situation like that because, again, they tell us what they want us to know.
Yeah.
And so, somebody is calling for him to resign this year already because his wife she was gifted a designer handbag that was worth $2,200 and the limit is $750. How ridiculous is that?
There's a limit on the gift?
Yeah,
Yes.
and is that what it was paid? What the gift is paid for? What if they got it on sale for $500?
No. A potential violation of South Korea's anti-graft law, which bans public officials and their spouses from receiving gifts worth more than $750 in connection with their public duties. Isn't that ridiculous?
I
Yeah.
mean, I wouldn't be so much worried about $2,000 for a pocketbook, that's ridiculous. But I wouldn't be so much worried about that when you got politicians, lobbyists, and global leaders just greasing each other's palms with billions of our tax dollars. That could be something that got spent on. I don't know, but seems kind of nitpicky. You know.
I would just hope that it's not a bias thing, whereas if one party is subject to those rules, the other party should be too.
So I want to
Yeah.
get to the part where it affects the United States. Oh,
Well, you guys remember Myanmar when that coup
Oh yeah.
happened there? Myanmar, I don't know how you say it.
so he declared martial law, accusing the country's main opposition party of sympathizing with North Korea and anti-state activities. He cited a motion by the opposition Democratic Party, which has a majority in parliament, to impeach top prosecutors and reject a government budget proposal. Then the lawmakers unanimously voted to block the decree. But where does it say why it concerns us? There's a
And it's all connected on the political, global, economic scale, some way or form. Foreign relations,
because
trade.
and they're one of our allies.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's a whole lot of corrupt individuals sweating bullets right now. They got what, 49 days until their lives are all going to be changed, is what I believe.
Yep. I can't find the part where the United States responded.
What's up, Steve-O?
U.S. Embassy advises Americans to avoid demonstrations, saying the South Korea situation remains fluid. That's the embassy, but I had seen where it was like our DOD or somebody was the White House relieved Yoon reverse course on martial law decision, National Security Council spokesperson said. We are relieved President Yoon has reversed course of his concerning declaration of martial law and respected the ROK National Assembly's vote to end it. Democracy is at the foundation of the U.S. ROK alliance, and we will continue to monitor the situation. And Joe Biden has said he's just keeping an eye on the situation. I don't know.
I know it's not necessarily an embassy, but in Atlanta there is a Korean consulate, like government office. I do know that.
Hey,
On
Steve.
another note, on a totally different note, I saw before I jumped up here that authorities think they have audio tapes of O.J. Simpson's confession of killing both of them.
Hello, side meat. Good to see you.
Of course they would.
Yeah, we don't need that in the constitutional republic, do we, Dildo?
No, just wait till the Brunson case comes out.
That's like the grammar stuff, you know. They use trickery like that. Democracy. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. No, he's a threat to their corruption. Is what he is.
But he keeps mentioning the democracy of America also.
Because that's what I mean. Nothing's ever so simple. You know, democracy is the idea of everybody has a vote in it. It's not really the way they're talking about it.
And
They're talking about the way that it's been called for the last several years in their power. They've twisted it and used it to their advantage, you know.
well, and so we have, I think we have the biggest military presence in that country. It's like 40,000 of our service men and women that are, they have a huge Air Force base, I think. It's just south of, am I saying it right? Seoul?
Seoul.
Seoul.
South Korea.
Okay. And we also have the presence in the sea. As far as I know, it's still there. So,
You know, while Deborah Dog's here, I want to bring something up. You know, the pardon. My questions would be if a administration was found to be completely illegitimate, all right, would any pardon still stick? My next question is if somebody is pardoned for all the crimes they were charged of, does that include any new charges that could be filed against them? Because I always thought it was pretty hokey that they just went for gun charges on him and was saving it for, you know, real charges of worse atrocities for later. So, I mean, when I hear something like, you know, he pardoned him, it doesn't sound like a done deal to me or somehow. You know, I've seen too many court cases flip and go back and forth and stuff. I just don't know. I don't know if it's going to stick.
no, oh, okay. Well, D-Dog's saying it has no effect. So what he's pardoning him is for that. But there's still the laptop.
Well, that's what I mean. Can new charges be filed, right, from something else?
Yes. Yes.
That's what I would expect.
Well, and that's true too, Pappy.
That's what I was thinking.
It's a crazy time, huh?
I don't know. I've gotten to the point to where I hear something like that, and it feels like they're just trying to break our morale or fight the agenda that they see that is going to replace their agenda. You know, this Trump's going to get in there with his super team, and they're going to clean out the swamp and destroy the deep state. But meanwhile, they've got 49 days left to mess with us. You know, psychologically, physically, whatever, however they can.
Well, and that's what they're doing, though, and that's what we have to stand against. It's not allowing that to happen. No fear.
You know, like alien invasions and stuff like that.
I'm not worried about the alien invasions. Hey, Andy, I am worried about the people in North Carolina that are having to stay in tents or freezing to death because they're being told no. That's where we should be standing. There's phone numbers that you can call. There's emails that you can send emails to tell them we are not in agreement with what they are doing. We, the people.
Boom. Sorry. I was reading Devil Dog's response, and that's a boom to me. What's up, Shireen?
There's an old proverb that says, if you want to go faster, go alone. If you want to go further, go together.
Yep. To stand united. Hey, Chessboard. Good to see you. In Hawaii was kind of hard to do because it's across, but this is right here on the land that this is happening. And oh, good grief. I think I shared that man on my community page. His name is John. He says he's just a rancher or something, and but he does have a YouTube channel, and he is right there. He's one of the county officials, not the officials, the commissioners, is all for what they're trying to do. They have this huge metal roofed, it's not a building, it's like it's open on the sides, and that's where they have 2 of the tiny homes that were built, and they're just sitting there because they won't let them have them. And so him and one of the ladies from the church and all of them are trying to get it to where they can put 30 travel trailers in there. People are donating travel trailers right and left. And if they can set them up in there, because all that they are doing in there is storing hay and feed for the animals.
Fine example of government bureaucracy right there. Whoa!
Exactly. And it's the county. And so, this one guy is for it, but he said there's 4 others that we have to get for it also. And so that's why he gave the phone numbers for people to call and say, nope. They're going to be allowed to get in a warm place. That was J6 talk. Here it is.
Yeah, you see what Devil Dog just said? That's what I suspected. Because he's only been charged with gun crime. I think 5 counts of, and there was so much more that he could have been charged.
You know what's insane is that you have these same people that you have to beg just to do the right thing are the same people that'll be the first ones to knock on your door if you slip and fumble and tremble one time in life.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's what pisses me off. Excuse my language, but it does.
The government should have no business inside of a home or a family, all right? In any way, shape, or form. The government should not be able to come and raid your house, take your children, control what you build and what you don't build, to tell you what you're supposed to be able to do with your property, and then charge you annually for you to stay on your property. That's all illegal. That is not the way it should be.
No.
It's definitely not the law of the land.
And this man, it's called the Appalachian Channel with John Ward.
It's a good channel.
And it's on my community page. It's like the 3rd post down. If y'all can check it out, it's like 21 minutes long. It's not very long. And he's standing there with a group of people that are in agreement with this plan to put the travel trailers in there. He said it wouldn't take much to put electricity over the top for these travel trailers. And then I don't know how they would get water to them, but they do have showers left over from the National Guard that are available that they can use for the showers and restrooms.
I heard the Amish built a bunch of little cabins for the Helene hurricane survivors, and the FEMA came in and said they couldn't use them. I don't know how much of any of this is true, but that's
It's true. That's it. They're all standing there. The county guy, all of them are saying it.
well, that
They're
to
not
me
all.
sounds a lot like, skipping anybody's house that had a Trump sign. That's kind of what that sounds like to me. They're trying to make the people suffer, probably
Yes,
because probably because the system benefits from it in some way.
it's a land grab.
What's up,
Yeah,
Al? I know
we'll
he was
be
talking trash.
Army surplus should be given to. Yep.
Boy, wouldn't that be nice? Like the Swiss send their soldiers home with their rifles and gear and tell them to keep it.
Yep.
Hell, we
Well,
ought to. We paid for it.
right. And that's what they were saying was that they have plenty of supplies. They've got a stockpile of generators. They've got a stockpile of clothes. They've got a stockpile of water, food, plenty of supplies. It's the money and the donations of something for those people to stay in. But their reasoning for the tiny homes is there's not a back door or another way out. But they show them in that video. And thank you, Andy, for posting that link. And it's like 80 square feet, I think he said, or 60 or 80 square feet. It, it's
Well, I don't know. All my life, I've seen, groups like go into other countries in need, and they'll teach them how to build sewer systems, and they'll give
yes,
them medical treatment and bring food and water and everything they need in to help those people. But here
yes,
in America, no, no, you have to live in a little camp that we provide for you, or you're going to jail. What the hell is that? Oh, by the way, we're taking your land. It's like,
yeah. And those people still having to pay mortgage on homes that are gone. Where's the insurance companies? And I don't know. It just it infuriates me what's going on up there.
it's
And
nothing new. It's just on a larger scale. They're getting like bolder with it or something, because I remember like there was a preacher or a father from a local church in Florida kept giving food to the homeless, and they arrested and jailed a man of God for feeding the homeless.
well, and
You
that's
know,
what one guy said that was going in with the chopper and rescuing people. He said if he was to do it over again, he would do it until he was arrested. And that's where it's gotten to. Just do it until you're arrested. And when one falls, another one comes in and takes over. There were
do
people
do
with
it
heli.
covertly. If you know that's going to be like that, do it covertly. Make it like the underground, where you've got a secret supply system. Sidetrack the FEMA agents over here while they're doing it. The people got to get organized to deal with this crap.
Yeah.
That's why they say no good deed goes unpunished. I just saw a story yesterday. This waitress, she worked for what was it, Denny's? I think she worked for Denny's for the last 13 or 15 years. Well, a homeless guy, she seen a homeless guy outside the restaurant. I think it was the day before Thanksgiving. She told him to come in and bought him a plate and a drink, and then he left. Well, her boss called her the next day and said, "Unfortunately, we have to terminate you due to company policy." They fired her because of that.
Oh my God.
They said because it could become a problem. They said these homeless people could just come up here and think that people are just going to give them something to eat. I said, man, that is insane.
Yep.
You ever see how they design benches and infrastructure and urban infrastructure to where it's uncomfortable for
Yeah.
anybody to sit to lay down,
Oh yeah. They put those armrests and handlebars like in the middle of the benches, yeah, where you can't stretch out.
Yeah.
That,
Government is not friendly to society. We are a revenue.
that's right. They don't have flood insurance because they're up in the mountains, and but it has been known to flood before.
Yeah, I don't think a company should be able to tell you that if I want to pay for uh asteroid insurance, I should be able to pay for asteroid insurance. You shouldn't tell me no. You know, if it's something that you can cover and I got the money to pay for it, why are you telling me no?
Yeah.
And really, if you really think about it, if two words that should have been switched around was hemorrhoids and asteroids. Why do they call it? Why do they call it hemorrhoids when they call it? And why do they call those asteroids?
Oh, I could think of a few people that should be called hemorrhoids. Okay, maybe more than a few, but you get the point.
Yeah. And it all comes down to Matthew 22. $36 to $40. Jesus' golden rule.
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Usually not at all. Just the way I
And
like
love
it.
God with all your heart, spirit, mind. Yep.
Yeah.
See, right there, Wolverine's yes. So that's my concern here. We're the hill country. It's beautiful. There's hills all over the place. And so the things that they're doing, and that's going to be my presentation, is it is destroying the beauty of the land. So once you do that, even though when you start changing the layout of the land, it's going to affect the vegetation, it's going to affect the wildlife. It's a domino effect. And so that's why there's certain things that you just say, no, this is not going to happen. Good to see you, Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa, good to see you.
Oh, I agree.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Even the strip mall that they're talking about putting in at the intersection, that intersection is deadly already. They don't have, I guess people didn't learn what a red yield sign is. To get them to stop is like pulling teeth, especially the semis. And the semis will just go through there blaring their horn, and you better stop or move out of the way because they're coming through. And I had one run me up in the median one day. So they're
That's another one of them false advertisements when they call it a strip mall. That's not what I expected it to be.
well, anyway, that's what they're wanting to put there. And so we've already had a battle over the apartment complex that went up, and they annexed it in, and we already had a problem with the homes being built, and the homes are being built cheaply. That's a whole other deal that is going on. It's still but they pull this all the time. There was a apartment complex that wanted to build here, and they said it was for low-income families. Well, so the city, thinking, okay, we need more homes for low-income families, allowed this apartment complex to be built. This one's been here for about 10 years that I'm talking about now, maybe even longer, 10 to 15 years. And so once they got it built, we'll come to find out when you go to apply for one of these apartments, you have to make a certain income just to live there. So if you're on disability or something like that, your income is not enough to live there. And so then the city's like, wait a minute, you said this was for the low income people, yet you have to make so much money to live there. There's a minimum and a cutoff, and it's got to be in between those two amounts.
What's up, Anthony?
A lot of places like that, you have to make at least 3 times what your rent is a month.
What's it called? The HOA?
So just say if you have a $1,200 rent, you have to at least show that you bring home 3 times that much each month.
Yes. Hey, Anthony.
Can't believe people are allowed to be up in other people's business so much. That, like, HOA, but not just that. I've seen people who lived in trailer parks, and they literally measure their grass and tell them when they have to mow their grass. When they plant anything, it has to be to the trailer park specifications. They're just right up in your business. You can't park more than 2 vehicles in your driveway for a certain amount of time. It's just the control is just, it just reminds me of communism all the way around. That's what it reminds me of.
Yes. And so I think HUD has something to do with it. It's not an HOA. It's like HUD.
Oh yeah, the housing and urban development.
Yeah.
I've heard experts for decades now, and I'm no expert. I don't know nothing, just what I'm told, read. And I would keep hearing the same thing, right? Not the same people, just different people over the years. And it's always the same percentage. So now it's on my radar where they always say the government would operate more efficiently on 10% of what it is now.
Yes.
All together, completely encompassing every department, every system of the government.
Yep. 90% of it could go.
And it would work better.
And get rid of all the agencies that are trying to tell people how and what to do. What does it say? I have the right to life, happiness, and life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Isn't that what it is?
life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which has
And
been like the American dream. I mean, it's hard to get ahead, folks. You know, you're not going to be able to start from the bottom very easily like people used to be able to. It's
yeah,
hard. It's a hard climb.
it is. And that's what even the girls, whenever, they tried to move into those apartments. Nope. There is one that's fallen apart. It's been here for almost 40 years. And they are income based. Like they have a base amount for the rent, but they still go by your income. There's assistance, but it's only for a certain amount of people. Like 5 of the apartments can be assistance based.
One of the most ironic things I've ever seen on this planet, Bob. I know that it's such a complicated thing, but to like an outside observer, just how ridiculous it would seem to somebody on an outside, like 2000, even before 2008. That's when the bottom fell out here in Michigan. People lost their homes. The banks ended up owning, thousands and thousands of homes all over northern Michigan and stuff. But there
Yep.
were already abandoned farms and abandoned homes all over the place. Meanwhile, during this whole time, still to this day, there's homeless all over the place. Yet we have all these thousands of structures empty. And I know, like I said, I know it's a real complicated thing, but if you just simplify it, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. And they're used to living right up against each other anyway. They would probably gladly share a home.
Yeah. I mean, if a house was left for more than a year, people should be allowed to go in there and fix it up and use
Yes.
it.
Yeah. Look at those people. It was in Austin. They built, they went like, it's one of those big cement enclosed, I guess it's a drain or something. And so they went in, they were getting scrap wood wherever they could find it. And they built them a little uh, home down there. They had it decorated. They had things hanging on the walls. They had desks for the kids to sit.
Where did you see that, Bonnie? Where did you see this at?
This was in Austin. Well, then,
I've seen where they do that in New York. I've seen it done under
yes,
Los Angeles. I've seen it done under Las Vegas. There's a bunch of cities that have a famous underground homeless population. So
yeah.
that's
And so the police finally saw it and they went in and destroyed it, sent all
yeah.
those people packing. And I was just like, are you kidding me? They were making it nice. And I don't know. It amazes me the way they treat them.
You saw that in person, Wolverine? Because if I ever get down there, I'd be going down in there. I want to see that too.
Steve-O managed
That
to
too, that too. It's just
the states.
it's almost as if the government is geared against us, we the people. People used to complain about taxation without representation. Now it's taxation for use of weaponization against us. Yeah,
You don't say.
I did just say, didn't I? Sometimes I just blurt it out without thinking. Yeah, a lot.
Well, that's what we. That's why we talk here. That's why we use our voice to talk these things out. How do we work them out? You know, I, there's not an abundance of empty homes around me. There's no empty homes. If they're not lived in, they are used for a business.
I just watched an event. This is 2 days ago. I watched and it was a brand new video. These guys go into a place in Columbus, Ohio. It was a water park. And up until recently, it had been locked up pretty tight, security guards watching stuff. But now there's new notices on the walls, just papers facing the wall saying vacant, and it was wide open. And they did an explore on it. Number one, the weirdest thing about it is the power is on. And there's like these hotel rooms inside this building that are more like a large apartment. They have a loft, 3 bedrooms, full kitchen, standing, everything, the whole 9 yards. Big, giant, and there's TVs still in there that still turn on. All right. And it's not even decrepit or moldy or anything. He did say it smelled, and there was blood stains around the place, and it's become a place for explorers to go. Recently, it's the newest big explorer. But my point is there's enough there to house hundreds of people, and it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous that kind of infrastructure is left to waste. It sits there and rots while people need it.
Yeah.
It's the system, It's hard for people to have time to research all these different law books and gain knowledge and get together and work on things if you're constantly having to work 40 plus hours, 2, 3 jobs just to keep afloat in the day-to-day rat race,
Yes.
No matter if you get to the finish line or not, to them, you're still a rat. That's why it's called the rat race of life.
Yeah. There's another channel. It's called Kirk's Law Corner. He explains a lot about the law and stuff like that. And then what's the other one? I can't find it.
Get a group of 100 people or more to live in a structure like that and save the structure. Imagine what it would be like to have a 100-person workforce working on a garden together.
Yeah.
Imagine what you could do improving the local neighborhoods around you by bringing in, consumerism and all this. You would help an area grow. I don't understand why people don't do
People
things
should
like
get
that.
incentives and tax breaks. If you've got a garden and you're providing for your family and your community, you should be getting tax breaks. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah,
If nothing else, that's going to encourage people to do it and make it better. Make communities better. Have community gardens. Boost up the natural ecosystem. In the
you could,
last, they say in the last 50 to 60 years, the last 70 years, we've lost 30 something million of our bird species. Um, Not to even mention the countless bees in certain areas that's on decline.
Yes.
Gotta,
hey,
gotta build that type of stuff back up.
well,
You're
even like the water part of that, it was a lot of windows. It's one of those giant rooms with all the water slides and stuff inside of it. Well, imagine that as like a giant greenhouse. You've already got water reservoirs and all this other stuff going on. Just add
yeah.
a bunch of living things to it.
Yeah. And the other one is called Patriots of Grit. Those are two good channels with a lot of information.
I think we all ought to save our money up and chip in and buy that abandoned water park in Columbus, Ohio, called Frontier or something. We could all go in on it. We'd all have our own apartment. We could build that inside massive greenhouse, have our own water slide park. Man, we
Lauren,
could
Can we find somewhere more warmer? Find
right?
like a more warmer, neutral place. Uh,
well, that's all right because I only have like $30 right now anyway. So
Yeah, can it be a little further south?
yeah, those type of ideas. I know there was an old school building here in Augusta. I mean, it was a huge 3-story brick building, and they gutted it out and converted it into veterans. Veterans live there now.
Awesome.
So I guess VA or however they fund it, it's all covered by that. So I mean, it's all veterans that live there. Gives them a place to stay.
That's great. Ten. Yeah, I'm freezing. I even had to put socks on today. And it didn't even get that cold, but it's when it's like cloudy and bleh, and I think it's humid too. I don't know, but like it's 53 right now, and I'm just sitting here with 2 throws over me and a thick sweater and socks. And I know to y'all that's not cold. It's t-shirt weather.
You get used to it. It's only been down in the teens. We ain't been down to a zero or yet or nothing. But the snow that did fall actually hasn't melted away. It's stayed. It's just really light and dusted. It's nothing to talk about. But
All I want is your fried chicken. Oh,
what's up, Stigma?
the road goes south.
Somebody say fried chicken.
Yeah.
I know
Right.
one thing. This is the coldest it's been before Christmas that I can remember in a long time. We
Yeah.
usually we don't see anything this cold till after Christmas.
Yes.
Hey,
And
Larry.
it's not this long either, is it?
No, maybe a week. You know,
Yeah.
not weeks.
It's
All right,
been
everybody meet up
warm.
here for fried chicken, and ladies, y'all gotta help me cook it. I can't cook all the chicken by myself.
I don't know if y'all got enough fried chicken for us. I know what I can do to a flock of fried chickens.
Fried chickens is okay, but those hot wing things, that's a rip off. That's one of the world's greatest scams right there. Selling people bones. I mean, there's nothing to a chicken wing. I can't even believe they're that popular.
I know it.
I like them. You just don't get but 2 per bird. That's what sucks, man. They need to get some 4 and 6 wing birds out there.
I think all they're doing is sucking the spices off of them or something.
I know, right? I mean,
No. Need to repopulate the buffalo. Bring the buffalo wings back. Offset the chicken demand.
look above the canyon walls. Strong eyes did glow. It was the leader of the land, babe. Oh my God. It's the great white buffalo. Look out! Look out!
That's how I feel when I'm eating fried chicken, and it's good. Look at
That song is
oh,
about the return of the great white buffalo. There's a couple of Indian tribes that think that's a sign of like a new age to come. So every
remember
time
earlier
that
this year when that white bison was buffalo was born?
yeah, I've heard of a few of them over the years. You know that I
Jen,
know
if
that
you
I remember maybe far back as the '80s, Ted Nugent trying to buy a white buffalo. You know, and the Indians I don't think were happy about that.
Jen, if you want to come up and tell the update on Ben, we would much appreciate it. And there's the link.
Everybody knows the Great White Buffalo from that live album a lot, but there's an earlier studio version of it that's good too.
Backstrap fever. Oh, I just saw a video. Bird flu. They have
Give me backstrap fever. Mm-hmm.
anyway, it's the new weapon. Miss Mindersu, good to see you.
What's up, Miss Mendersu?
Good evening.
Miss Mindersu, if you look at my community page, I have his Cash App information in with what I wrote about him.
I remember that movie, ER.
Let me see. I can drop it in chat. Let me find it. Okay. Well, there you go. Indy beat me to it. Thank you.
Yeah, she's fast.
Hey, Garrett. As far as I know, I was sent a picture of that, and I copied it straight from the picture. And Jen, is it working? Do you know if Jen is still here? Absolutely. If you're listening, Benjamin, we love you, and we are praying for you. Speedy recovery.
Definitely.
Yeah, he's going to have nitro with him, and that's the medication. That's the one medication I know about.
I don't know anything about nitro other than it makes cars go really fast for a little while.
My mom has to have it now since her last heart attack.
Yep.
Really, what is it?
There's Jen.
I don't know the specifics, but I guess it's when you start to have that feeling, it kind of kick starts it or something. I'm not exactly sure the medical term behind it.
Yeah.
Hi,
Jen. Hi.
Good evening.
So what's going on?
What's going on, Jen?
Hi, Camo. I called about 15, 20 hospitals. The maintenance guy had his phone, which I thought was dumb, but they were doing a building inspection. Thank God they were there, and he collapsed, had a heart attack right there. And,
Wow.
Yeah, being alone, he got lucky. What if he would have had it when no one was there?
Yeah.
But they grabbed him, the ambulance took him, and he got home this afternoon, and he is resting. His chest is hurting. He really couldn't talk much. He was really wiped out from all the tests and everything else. And Dee and I
How
were
did this information get out, Jen? How did anybody find out that happened to him?
They were doing an inspection of his apartment, a building inspection. It just happened to be that time. It just happened at the right time.
But did somebody call you?
Just recently, in a conversation with Benji, we were talking about he said something about if I die, nobody's ever going to know. They're going to find my body rotting in my apartment. This was just a couple of weeks ago that was discussed.
Yep.
So how did the community, you and everybody else, find out that something happened?
Well, I'm going to say I'm like an empath or empath, whatever you want to call it. I know things ahead of time. I see things. I dream things ahead of time. Ben and I constantly talk all the time. text back and forth. I have gone down to Chicago. I brought him food. I have
I
helped
knew
him.
that you were in contact with them, so you're the one that found out first,
Yeah.
within hours of it happening.
Well, about 3 hours, yeah, from his maintenance guy, Tom.
Because you called the phone because you had a feeling.
Yes. Yes.
That's great.
Yep.
And so is the battery dead on it? Because someone said they were trying to call him this morning and it wasn't working.
No,
Well, what I did is I did what's called people searches. All right, I knew enough information about Benji that I could narrow down his location, and I was going to do the hospital search myself until I heard the update. And I found several numbers being landlines and cell phones, and the cell phone number I called was supposed to be, it was good. It was good according like May of 2024. So I'm not sure if that's still the same number.
yeah, no, I called at least 15, 20 hospitals. I even called the EMS on Countryside. And they said, we can't give that to you, a HIPAA. And I go, hey, I'm a retired EMT firefighter. Can't you help a brother out? And he said, no, we can't do it. So I kept calling and calling and calling. I mean, the hospitals, I almost wanted to call some other places, but I didn't want to even go there. But
Jen, can you help Chad out there? Because Indy's asking if that's she's having trouble validating that Cash App. Is there something else? Do you have to have an email or something to go along with that?
No, it's $, and his last name is Kadari, and the number 7 goes after it because I also just done yeah.
And that's what we have, but it
it worked for me a little bit ago.
Kandari, though. Are you guys making sure?
Okay, CUNDARI, and then the number 7. It's all capital letters.
Yeah.
all capital.
Yeah.
Okay. It wasn't given to me as all capital. So that could be the problem. Yes, it was given to me as all capital. I probably didn't type it all caps. I'm sorry, y'all. That is my fault. So y'all got that. Mhm.
Yeah, but men have heart attacks different than women because men is in the front and it's in the I'm trying to think of which arm. I think it's the left arm, and women have it in the back. You know, it's more in the back or digestion.
Jeez, what did I push now? Well, okay. We're going to sit there like that a minute until I get this.
That's how you learn.
Takes less pressure off us. We don't mind.
Yeah, I don't mean being tiny in a little while. That's not. Yes, L. The left arm and stroke is the right in the chin.
That's the way it should be. It should
Yes,
read.
there you go. Yep, you got her.
Okay.
Thank you, Bonnie.
It helps to have the right information.
Okay, now let me figure this out.
There we go. You got to alter your community post too. You can go in and edit that, I think, Bonnie.
But he has to get nitro. He does not have the insurance for the nitro. And everybody knows he's been struggling with living. I know we're all struggling. We all are. Hot dogs and pizza. He needs some healthy stuff to eat. He needs and rest. You know, so if anybody could help out, you know, it'd be greatly appreciated. And he said maybe in a couple of days he'll come up, but right now he's just really sore and he just wants to throw up. So
I totally understand.
From the medicine and everything, yeah.
Indy said she's still having problems even with it in all caps.
Yeah, well, I can't find it either.
That he's not being found in the Cash App app.
Okay, mine worked. I donated. Mine worked really good. So I'm surprised.
That's why I seen you do a video where you held it up and showed it.
I tried to, and then I deleted it. Man, I looked terrible, tired. You know, I've been trying to help my sister. She has cancer too. She's going to the cancer doctor tomorrow, and I'm just like helping her with the shower and stuff. So it's, you know, everything's coming. You know. You know. He-
Lisa, I'd love to. I haven't even had any work. Apparently, I might have a couple hours of work tomorrow. I just can't, man. I'm getting nowhere fast.
Aw.
I think the guy that owns this lot I own might be selling it too. So my time here may be very limited.
Yes, his letter B is pink, right? That's what I saw. Yes, the letter B is pink.
Yep. I know D and I, we both posted on our things and it worked.
I'll put it.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate to do this, but whatever. Y'all just look at the picture.
There
This is
you
what
go.
it looks like. Okay.
Oh gosh. Yeah, his brother passed a month ago from cancer, and I have a sister that's, you know, they're younger than me, 59, and my sister's 60. So, I mean, it's just going around, and plus they're all, you know, XX, so I'm not even going there. So, you try to wake up all the people that you love, and they don't listen to you, and then all of a sudden, then they want help, and they're, you know. Anywho, but thank you.
Wolverine said it costs like $28 for 100 tablets at CVS.
He's got his at Walgreens in Countryside, so I don't know. You know, I don't know the prices. I got a bottle here, an extra bottle I can send them. You know, it's all the same.
Right.
And that's appreciated, Coyote. I've even had somebody that knows just tell me that we'd be a dangerous pair together. Apparently, you know a whole lot more than you really act out to know. Apparently,
Who, me?
you're no, I was talking to Coyote. I get these invitations to go places. Because I'm on my own here. I don't really have a place to call home, but I can't even go across. I can't even go across town, man. My tires are so dry right. I can't afford new tires. I can't afford to go nowhere. All right, that's where the thing is. I've been paying my bills, been keeping my head above water, but with the price of everything, I can't flip and get ahead. I mean, it's not from a lack of trying. It's I'm trying not to be angry about it. I mean, I'm thankful that I food in my belly and a place to be and all that. But
Yep.
dang, man, it's rough.
Yep.
Please let him know that everybody in the community is praying for him, wishing him well. They're
All day long, I watch chats. All right, looking for signs of Benji. Because I
Yeah.
knew pretty early on today that something had happened, and I didn't know until you posted the post, Bonnie, the update of that to that point. But
Yep.
during this day in chats all over, I've seen people asking about him. So
yeah.
he is very well loved here. There are people who care about him, and a lot of prayers have been said for him. I can guarantee you that.
And he's our coffee and donut man. So.
And thank you and Dee for sending me the information so that I could share it, because we were all on colas last night and everyone was wondering if anybody had heard an update. I think you were in the chat too then last night, weren't you?
What's going on, Buff?
Me? A little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah. And at that time, y'all were calling hospitals and morgues and everything trying to find him. And that had to be horrible.
It was.
I'm so sorry that you went through that. God bless you for being there for him, though.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been friends, 5-6 years now, and gone down there several times because I have a friend that I've known since 7th grade. And I go down there for Thanksgiving. I stop at Ben's and give him 5-6 boxes of food, and whatever he don't want, he gives to his neighbors. And you take care of each other. You know that, Bonnie. We all take care of each other.
Yes.
You
Did
know?
you see them quarries on both sides of the highway right there?
Yes.
I've always
Jen,
wanted to go down in those. I want to explore that bad.
Jen, can you see Wolverine's comment?
Um,
If
ah,
someone could get him this info, try single care coupon online. Get them for $2.25 at
okay.
Walgreens.
Okay. I'll tell him. I'll tell him. Yeah, he only has insurance A. And I said, you're 65. You should have A, B, and some kind of D or something for medicine. And he doesn't have nothing. And he says he makes too much. You know, he's not getting, I mean, he has a certain amount, you know, like most of us Social Security people do, but still
Yes,
he should be eligible to get something, you know.
yes.
Over the
So,
last few years, I've watched him say how they raised his rent, and I've seen how he says he's had to sacrifice things. And the last thing he said that I saw like that was, "I can't even afford weed anymore." You know,
Yep.
he's like,
thank you, Wolverine.
"This has been a process.
Yeah.
This economy's been rough on guys like him."
Oh, you got the train. I just had a train go by just before I got on.
And yeah, a lot of people think if you have Medicare that it pays for everything, and it doesn't. There's always a copay of some sort.
Right. Right. Yep. $1 or 15 cents or what have you. Yeah.
It depends on how much the medication is. I mean, I've paid like $40 for something. It just depends on what the medication is.
Wow.
I don't know nothing about any of that. I haven't had insurance since I was 18 years old.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
And Wolverine said if that doesn't work, get a hold of him or Indy
Okay.
to get a hold of him.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very appreciative. And Ben said he's going to rest for a couple of days. He was just so lightheaded and everything else. And yeah, it was, he had Band-Aids all over his fingers. And I go, probably they were checking, you know, testing your blood and checking for diabetes and all kinds of tests. You go in there and you're like a pincushion, you know.
Yes, especially with something like that. They're going to find out exactly what's going on. And so the myocardial
MIA, myocardial infarction. Yeah, I
Yeah.
hate that word.
I know. And that's a part of your heart that's not functioning, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay.
He
That's
had a
what
heart attack. He said he crashed on the floor and then he woke up in the hospital. He's like, what the hell? How did I get here?
You know what? And my stepfather had that. Like the back part of his heart was just like dead. And he kept having heart attacks. And he had to carry the nitro with him and everything. And I don't know if it was the pacemaker put in or what happened, but he doesn't carry the nitro around with him anymore. It just it stopped. And
Wow.
so you know, just let him know that there's ways.
Yeah. I told him you first sign of it, you put one under your tongue, you wait a second or two, and you're going to feel a rush. It gives you instant headache because of the blood, you know, all the vessels, everything opens up, and it hurts, the headache. And you call 911, and then the dispatcher will tell you take a second one, or you might take a third one. You know, all depends on how fast the ambulance get there. But yeah, MIA is, I saved 2 women here, 89-year-old and a 67-year-old doing mouth-to-mouth and CPR. The last girl, I broke 5 ribs. I only had one arm.
I know.
She's still alive, though. Yeah, and I'm pretty strong.
Is that called tough love?
What?
Is that called tough love?
I don't know. I just grabbed her and put her on the floor, and then I had to have the neighbor kink her neck so I could open her airway. And I'm doing the CPR on her chest, and dispatcher's hollering at me, come on, 1,000, 2,000. I could barely count. I got to do all this stuff, and you want me to give her air and this and that. So I just kept doing it. I busted 5 ribs though, but she's still alive. So
Goodness.
it's a
You
good
know, and somebody told me there's a way to do CPR where you don't break
Mhm.
any bones.
Yeah.
I don't know what the way is, but apparently it's out there.
Yeah,
And
it's right where
I
that
hope-
bone is. Right.
I hope if I ever need it that the person knows the way, because that
Mhm.
is, it takes so long for those bones to heal. Even that.
Yeah.
Did that happen with him? Did they have to do CPR?
He didn't know, but he was really sore. He said
Yeah.
he'll talk to me tomorrow, so I'm pretty sure they did. They
Yeah.
probably had to defib him and that. So, but he
Yeah.
just woke up in the hospital. He was like, "What the?" Stay there. So, I will probably talk to him tomorrow after my sister's appointment and stuff, and I'll keep you guys updated. Maybe I could post on your thing, Bonnie, or something, and
Absolutely. Please. Thank you. We
Okay.
so appreciate it.
Okay. Well, we all got to stick together. And if you're alone, have a number on your on your refrigerator so somebody knows.
Yes.
That's the biggest thing. It was like nobody knew. He's like, I'm the maintenance guy. I'm like, where is he? I don't know.
Yeah.
Hello.
That's whenever I was sick, they gave me one of the Lifeline buttons.
Mm-hmm.
And so once a month you have to push it and check in. And I guess my oldest daughter didn't know that. She just moved back in, and they had called me and they said, you need to check in, because they have to remind me, because I've gone months without it. And so I took it in there, pushed it to talk in the box, and she's like, Mom, what's wrong? Do you need a doctor? She was just freaking out. And I said, I'm just checking in. Why? Do you need an ambulance? What's going on? And I said, after I got done with it and everything, I said, don't you think if I had a problem, you'd be the first to know?
I am trying to get my sister one of those because I don't know. And she's
I can't remember. Someone called me and they said, we can hook this up for you for free. And I was like, okay. And because they were worried about me like falling in the shower or whatever. And they knew that nobody was here at that time. And then they told me, they said, no, just keep it. And you never know. And I said, well, that's true. A lot of times I am here alone. But
yeah, I fell 2 years ago in my apartment. That's why I busted my shoulder.
yes.
But you keep going, Sometimes you crawl.
But I don't wear it around my neck. I mean, I'd have to get to my nightstand to push the button. So my mother had a bracelet that
Yeah.
all she had to do was push the button. But she was constantly accidentally knocking. And they start calling the family when that happens.
Jeez.
Just to flip you out and make you think, oh no. False alarm.
Oh my gosh. All right, well, I'm gonna let you go. I got a big day tomorrow. Oh, I'm already wiped out. I don't know if you could tell, but yeah, I'm pretty wiped out from today.
Yes. All right, hon. Just
Thank you, everybody. Everybody, thank you so much. And Ben said thank you to everybody, and he loves you all. And thank you for the prayers. The prayers did it. Just, yeah. So, any questions or anything, or can I go?
I think you've told us everything that we need to know. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Nice chatting with you.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Good night.
Love you. Good night. I'll go in and edit that on my community page. So I'm going to do that right now so that it's correct. Sorry about that, y'all. I don't use Cash App, so I didn't know it had to be exact.
I think you have to have a credit card to do a cash out to somebody.
No,
You can
you
use
just
PayPal.
you could
Yeah.
just say like if you had Cash App, you could say if you wanted to put $50 on there, you could go to like Walgreens or Walmart and you could give them the money and it'll upload it onto your Cash App or however much you want, you know.
Oh, you mean onto one of those cards you buy at the cash
No,
register?
you upload it to your Cash App. If you get a Cash App, they'll send you a card for free if you want one.
No, I mean I don't have anything like that. How would I send money to somebody on the Cash App without having? Well, all I got is cash.
You
Yeah,
would have to have Cash App.
you just download the app and you just create. You have an email.
Actually, not at the moment.
I don't know if I put an email. You just download Cash App, and if you've got a way to receive mail, they'll send you a Cash App card for free. And like I said, you can go to like Walmart or Walgreens or a lot of other places, and you can give them cash, and they'll upload it to your Cash App account. And then if you wanted to send somebody some cash, you could you could send it, or if you wanted to buy something, you'd have money on there.
Well, I would be more like. I mean, I actually have his address because, like I said, I looked him up, and I could probably just send it to him. You know, I wrap. If I send
There you go.
it, or if somebody sends me money in the mail, I tell them to wrap it in foil and
Yep.
then just mail it to them. You know, because if you wrap it in foil, no readers can read the amount of money that's in the envelope because there's people out there doing that.
I did have it all caps in the post. So I didn't need to edit it. I had Cash App, and then when I got a new phone, I was trying to put it on there, and they started telling me I had to do a facial scan, like left, right, forward.
Really?
Yes. And then they said, we're sorry, you cannot have Cash App because your government document is expired. Interesting how they said government document, isn't it? Because it's my driver's license.
I never had to do any of that. If they ever tell me I got to do any of that, I'm deleting them.
And I told my daughter, I said, I'm
The app,
really
that is.
not thinking this is okay. And she said, no, that's what they do. And I said, I don't know. I just think no.
I wonder why they would. I wonder why did some would have to do it and some not.
I don't know. Thank you, Carolina. And that's, yeah, I don't have it.
I actually do have PayPal only because when I started eBay a long time ago, before PayPal existed, and because I was already doing eBay, I was one of the first ones to get PayPal. It was like,
Yeah, I have
I guess
PayPal.
well, not long after I got my PayPal, if you were to start a PayPal account, you then had to have a bank account and a credit card and everything and link it together if you were going to use it.
See,
And if you start PayPal today, it's still the same requirements. But since I had started before that was a requirement, I still have my PayPal. But because I don't have it linked to a bank account or a credit card, now I'm limited to what I can do with that money. Right? I can send it directly to a person. People can send money directly to me, but I can't use it like I used to be able to. There's a lot of places that quit taking PayPal. I used to be able to pay my phone bills and everything using PayPal. Doesn't work like that anymore. And I used to be able to get a card. I could go down to like a Walmart or something and give them cash and pay for a certain amount on a PayPal card that I could
Prepaid.
type that in and charge my PayPal account online. They don't allow any of that. They're making it harder and harder for somebody to go with just buy cash.
Yes, but you can still go and get prepaid cards. You can go and buy a Visa card and put however much cash you want on it and use it just like a credit card. Because if
Put
you
on
go on
your-
a
to
trip
put on your
again,
PayPal. You were saying you can transfer that to your PayPal.
no, I'm
Okay,
just
but the
saying
PayPal
you
cards you used to be able to see, because like say you wanted to buy something off eBay, I could
right,
go pay cash for a card, transfer that money to my PayPal, and buy it directly using PayPal.
but you can use it just like you would a credit card or a debit card or anything. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Instead of using the PayPal, just take out the
Yes,
middleman.
Yeah,
yes.
they're cracking down. They're limited on that type of stuff like that for sure.
Hal said, better stay camouflaged, Carl.
Well, there's not a whole lot out there. It's like I went to go I closed my bank account. I was kind of pissed off. I put money in the bank to open the bank account and asked them, I said, how much is this going to cost me to have an account here? Oh, well, it's a first time fee thing. It's like $16. So if you put $100 in, they take $16 out. And I started getting my statements, and it was less and less money every month. And they were taking fees out to where that $100, by the time I took it out, it was $30 left. All right. And it hadn't even been in there a year yet. So you're paying to have an account. I can't afford to do that. So I canceled it. But the point is when I went in there to go make a bank account, I'm like, first thing I said, look, I don't have any credit. There's nothing on me financially anywhere on the record. She's like, what? I said, oh, I don't have any credit. She says, you have bad credit. I said, no, I don't have any credit. There's no record of me financially knowing anything to anybody. I've always paid cash. She says, okay. And she sat down kind of bewildered. And then when she looked me up, she's like, I've never seen this before. You've never, ever had any kind of loan, debt, or anything? I said, no. I've never had a credit card. They've been trying to give me a credit card since the 70s. I rejected them all. It's like, and she'd never seen it. And right there, I said, so what's worse, bad credit or no credit at all? And she said, I really don't know. I really don't know. She said, in your case, it's not a bad thing. I mean, we could still, if you were, it was a credit union. She said that after a period of time that there were things they could do, and they tried to get me insurance offers and everything they offered with that account, I wasn't eligible for. All right. At some point in that discovery, there's like, oh no, I guess we can't do that for you. So quit sending me this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like, holy cow.
Exactly.
It's just, the last time I got pulled over by a cop, I'll never forget what he said. Because again, you all know my juvenile history and stuff. You know my mom was a cop. They abolished all that. And my mom was in on the lien system where she helped create the lien system. She removed me from the system. All that stuff that was on record on it, gone. All right. Anyways, point being is some years back I got pulled over in one of these army trucks, and the cop that pulled me over on my old home turf, by the way, I just didn't know the cop. He was a new guy. And he walked up to my truck saying, like, well, what do we have here? I'm like, my truck. And he's like, well, what do you use this for? I said, as a vehicle. He goes, well, can I look in the back? I said, no. He says, why not? I said, because you don't have a warrant and you don't have reasonable cause. And now he's looking at me, well, okay, license, proof of insurance, registration. handed that off to him. And I said, all right, I'm good, man. There's nothing on me. And he gave me that look. He says, yeah, I hear that all the time. And he goes back to his car. And I swear, I mean, it probably was only 10 minutes, but it felt like a half an hour. He was out there in his car on his computer. And when he came back, this is the part I'll never forget. He walked up and he goes, well, and he used my last name, Mr. I've had people say they were clean before, but you're so clean it's suspicious. That's what he told me.
Yeah, I had a police chief. He would run a check on anyone I was dating, and he was talking to me one day, and he says, "You seen anybody?" And I said, "Well, I guess you could say that." This was years and years ago, and so he went and ran a check on him, and he said he's never even had a speeding ticket. And I said, "Well, there's people like that out there. I know of another one now."
I'm one. It's rare.
Mm-hmm.
Never even had a traffic ticket. I know all the laws real well. I mean, that's the thing. Like you were talking about, growing up, my ma knew everything about everybody. All right, if I learned not to mention people around my mom because she had the computer right there, damn sure right. She looked everybody up, and she knew everybody's stuff.
Yeah. I look for banks with free checking. They advertise it. They usually have a banner up on the front, and
You wouldn't think so, though, would you? All for? I mean, turbulent childhood and then clean slate. I'm kind of proud of that, to be honest. I know pride's not a good thing, but I'm kind of proud of a clean slate. Most people I know, all the guys I know at least, I would say over 50% of everybody I grew up with couldn't even drive anymore from drinking and driving. Yeah, offensive.
yeah. Well, I've had 2 tickets and one accident that a Suburban ran over my car. Wasn't my fault. And that's it. I'm
Well,
not squeaky clean.
I told y'all that I went through some legal nightmares. I've been in jail and stuff a few times, but none of it stuck. I fought it all in one, so I still remain clean with no record. That's why I think it's ridiculous that I have to pay that much for like truck insurance and shit. That's just fucking wrong.
Yes. But they're looking at the truck as costly.
No, they actually asked for the value of the truck. And I'll tell you, all right, my first truck, just like this, it had 800 miles on it, and I bought it for $2,000. All right. The
Yeah.
second one I had like this, I bought it for $1,600 at 150,000 miles. And this one I won on eBay for $900. All right. Granted, that was 15 years ago. And I had to drive to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania and back to Traverse City, Michigan with it, which it made it no trouble. but I got it dirt cheap. And since I have the receipts and proof of all that, I've been able to, keep that price of that part of the insurance cost down. It's not what I have a little more money into it, but I got it really cheap. I never pay full price for anything. I might not make a lot of money, but I get a lot of good deals.
Mm.
This truck's only got 49,000 miles on it. I drove the other one after I won this one. I just kept this one for reserve. Drove the other one to death. It went to 280,000 miles. This one's got 49,000 original. I should be able to get another couple 100,000 miles out of this thing.
I'm sorry to hear that, Alfor.
Mm.
Whoa.
That's about what I pay for this truck a month now. But the cost of the first 6 months of having insurance, because I hadn't had insurance, cost me a whole lot. All right, and I've told all this before, you know, but now it's down to a semi-manageable cost. I never liked owing money to anybody. I don't like that feeling at all. I don't, you know, I never felt the need for a credit card or loan. If I wanted something, I would save money up for it and buy it. And that's what I've done. Anything I've got, that's how I got it. Didn't have the cash for it, I had no business having it.
That's the way I like to operate. I never had a credit card either.
That's
Yeah,
pretty rare from what I hear, Watt.
I don't do credit cards.
For my generation, it is. Shoot, these folks ain't never had a library card, but they got about 10 credit cards, I promise you.
Yep.
On a random note, did you know it was today in 1775 the first official U.S. flag was raised, the Grand Union flag, aboard U.S. Navy vessel USS Alfred?
I knew
Wow.
part of it. I didn't know it was today in history.
Yes, it was. Today in history.
Well, there's probably not a woman on this planet can handle the way I am, apparently. Well, at least that's what I found out. Women, they like me for a few years, and they tire of me.
No, because you don't know any love song.
Oh, there's some camo Carlas out there. I know there is.
Yeah. I might know some, but yeah. Right in.
Oh, man. It's like my mom. She got this friend Dot, and she used to do a lot of stuff. She's big for a woman. She's still strong, but she used to wrestle at one time. She did a bunch of wrestling shows and stuff like that. And she was talking to my mom one time about a man. She was like, "Well, hell, Dot, you keep scaring them all away. You can't just come in there and just say you used to be the world heavyweight champion, you know?"
Yeah.
Oh, that was funny.
See what Buff says? See, I do. I know love song. You even admitted that a couple of those songs I picked out were considered love songs. You admitted that.
Yes. I'm just playing with you, Carl.
What would
Calm.
be what would
I
be your
wouldn't
number
expect
one love
anything
song?
different. I wouldn't expect anything different, Bunny. Fair is fair. I can take it as much as I dish it out.
Did you hear Watt ask you a question?
No, because no, what'd you say, What?
What's your number one love song? What's your go-to?
I already told her that.
Hey, Richard.
It's Love's a Bitch by Quiet Riot.
Figured that. I figured Riot would be somewhere in your favorite love song, if anybody's.
Well, it is a love song. I mean, I understand that it's not soft love song and mushy and all that, but it's a love song. And there was a time in my life where I could belt that song to the universe and feel it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I've been there. Not necessarily with that song, but yeah. One thing about music is when it just hits you like that,
Listen,
you don't feel nothing. You know.
I gotta educate the chat because they're talking Ted Nugent. There's a song by Ted Nugent
Stranglehold
called
is
No, they're not really that far off. But seriously, there's one called "Together" by Ted Nugent. A song called "Together," and Meatloaf is singing while Ted has that howl in Birdland. That is a true love song. Your time and mine alone together. I mean, that's a jam. That's a true love song. But then there's another song there, right there, because he did half of an album singing for Ted Nugent called "Free for All" in '75, and there's another song on there that's always made me go, "What?" Because he's like, "I love you so I told you a lie, love you so I told you a lie." I mean, you wouldn't lie to somebody if you loved them. That's it's just kind of contradiction in the song to me. It's always been, "Don't you know I love you so I told you a love you so I told you goodbye." I mean, the whole song is contradictory.
I just give up on y'all. Cat scratch fever. Come on.
Oh, there's an old song called "Where Have You Been All My Life" by Ted Nugent. That's another love song. There's another song that, I mean, it's a love song, but it's about his daughter. You know, you can love your family too. I've heard love songs about dogs,
Yes.
but there's a song that Ted Nugent wrote called "Sasha," and it's a jam. All right, those are. I know you would love those songs. What's up, Bahamadonna?
Hey, Donna. I don't know. But apparently, you don't have to do any wooing with these gals.
Wooing. Wooing?
Uh-huh. Wooing.
Is that a Dr. Seuss thing?
Oh my goodness. Wooing is somebody help me out. Let's see what Google says.
Are you talking about knock 3 times on the ceiling if you want me? No, I'm not that casual. Not a casual.
Seek the favor, support, or custom of. Try to gain the love of someone, especially with a view to marriage. So maybe wooing and courting are kind of the same way.
I don't know what you're talking about lasting kiss off. I saw that comment. There's nothing wrong with my what do you want to call that?
There you go. Indy's got it.
Yeah. See, again, like my last ex, I was with her for 7 years. She acted like I was the greatest thing on earth. All right. For years, she acted that way, and then flipped the switch and couldn't stand to be around me no more. So you never know.
Mm. I don't
Free.
know if I've ever been wooed. Hey, you fun looking Yankee. That sounds weird.
Yeah, it's probably something that's never been said in the history of the Confederate Union.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Rabbit picking on him. You're too cheap to be wooed, Yankee. Now that's a different kind of
What I miss?
um the wooing conversation. If y'all could excuse me a second, I'll be right back. Have you been wooed or have you wooed anyone? What life?
Man, y'all wooed Bonnie right off the stage. Wow, that was one heck of a wooing I missed. Woot woot.
Woo-hoo!
Sometimes you gotta yeet. Sometimes you gotta woo. I don't know.
Good to see you, Sandy Loon. It's been a minute.
I don't mind wooing, just like I don't mind being wooed. I'm open to being wooed. I guess you could say.
Jack kills me, man. I can't hardly speak when I read some of these comments. I don't know. All right, here's a question. How is it that people can assume they like you that much over the internet with actually not meeting them or even seeing them for that matter? You know, just like, I don't know.
Just general ideas, things that people, share in common, similar interests, similar beliefs.
Hmm.
I think maybe that's a start. People see that first and foremost.
I thought I could live with gals I knew for years before I hooked up with them. I mean, that's like, what do they call it? Arranged marriages and stuff.
Yeah.
Boy, I just can't even imagine that. It's just, I have
Oh
to
yeah.
know I'm on the same plane of existence at least. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. We might not be on the same chapter, but at least let's know we're reading the same book here.
Right, right.
Okay. I don't know. I could talk about anything. It wouldn't matter to me. But yeah, there's certain things I guess you kind of look for, certain values, maybe morals, maybe if those things still exist, I don't know.
Well, I've seen a few things that'll sure break people up. And it could be religion, it could be politics, it could be just positive versus negative, you know?
You ever wonder why they say able-bodied men and women? You ever thought
Yeah,
about that term?
yeah, it's like
I
the
think about it like,
physical.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, to me it always seemed like the physical ability.
I just thought about that, and you think about all these words with able in it, honor able, commune able, you know, people have to be honored. People have to have the ability to be honorable, to have honor, to be able to present yourself in a manner, Think of people have lost that ability to be the honor able. That's why they have to tell us now that people are honor able and some aren't. I don't know. The weird things I think about. Like, why do you have to tell somebody that they're honor able? Why can't they just be that? Why does it have to be that breakdown? I think it's more or less on a psychological level, subconsciously.
True.
Well, there's a lot of things an honorable person wouldn't do.
Oh, yeah. I think more that they wouldn't than they would, probably.
Well, it depends.
Just don't cut the red wire. It never goes well.
Yeah, there you go, best friend.
A guy doesn't feel very worthy of a gal, or even to consider that, if he isn't stable in his life. I'm talking financially, you know, have a place, a job that's, that kind of stable. It's not even, I'm not even in that mindset because I don't feel worthy of entering into. Matter of fact, it's kind of even more scary thinking about going into a relationship when you're on your bottom rung of the ladder, so to say, when you're down and out. That to me, it's almost, I don't know, doesn't seem right, doesn't feel right. I would have to be somewhere in life before I felt even good about that.
Hmm. Unless she's already self-sufficient, maybe. I don't know.
But then it's like you're relying on her. And there's even a term I've told you. It's called was it hobosexual? Is a term for somebody that hooks up with somebody just to get a place to live. You know, they're playing a part. And I've actually seen people do that. They'll latch on to people solely for some type of support. And that would feel wrong to me too. Even, you know, it would suck to me to feel that way.
First thing I ask my girls when they start dating somebody, does he have a vehicle?
Best one I ever heard about that, Bonnie. I don't have a daughter or nothing, but best one I heard is be the man that you would want your daughter to be with.
Yes.
That's where it comes into being honor able, present able.
Able.
Yep. I don't know.
And so if she's got the house, then what are you contributing? Are you not going to do maintenance on that house? Are you not going to?
Well, you know, kind of, it doesn't. I've already been there. I don't know how
Hey,
else.
Cindy.
All right, I've already been there, and that doesn't always count. All right, and even if it, even if it did count for her, it might not be enough for me either. I feel like I've got to participate. Got to have something to put. I got to have more than just something to put on the table. You know, that's the way I've always felt. So it's like compromising your own values to think otherwise.
I
I
can
don't know.
understand. And we're not trying to hit you here. We're just.
No, I'm actually glad we're talking about it because I don't know. You know, there's times when I haven't
This
been
is in
able to put
general, you know.
well, I don't know how to word it always right. It's kind of a hard thing to explain to some people.
We all go through these different stages and feelings, you know. I mean, inevitably, we all are one self. I am. We're all brothers and sisters under the same creation. So
That's right.
we go through these different stages and different things, you know, man, woman, whatever. We experience it. It's not that we're not worthy. We can't think that we're not worthy. We're always worthy. We just have to, you know, get to where we want to be. Always look at it like sometimes it may seem like you're getting buried and the lights is going dim, but maybe it's not being buried. Maybe you're just being planted. You're planted where you need to be, and it's time for a regrowth. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't panic about these things, all right? If I'm
I
down
know.
to the last dollars, all right, I know that he's got my back. All right, I do feel like God's got my back. All right, I don't fear fucking anything for one. But another is that even when I'm like down to my last bottom dollar, somehow something always comes along. A job shows up just in time, right? And
Oh
sometimes I'm
yeah.
a little bit, and it's work like this. I'm not talking just every now and then it's like that. I'm talking. I've been living like this for decades. It's been like that. Decades where I'm down to my last bottom dollar and I know it, and boom, I get what I need when I need it. Never, I don't always get ahead. There's been a few times in my life where I've managed to get ahead of the game. Flipping impossible in this current atmosphere, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But as I've said before, I saved up for several years to be able to get another shop and opened up a new shop and started doing well. And then COVID hit. 6 months into what I had built, I redid the building, all kinds of shit I put into this. And COVID not only killed my business, but it killed the whole area. The town went dormant. You know, I could not afford the place when it went from, I got as many as 30 customers a day through there. And then when COVID hit, I was lucky to get 30 a month. And I hung on for as long as I could, which kind of drained me. It would take a long time now in this economy for me to be able to save up to get another shop. And it stings because I was there.
Oh yeah. That put a hurting on so many small businesses. No doubt. We still haven't even seen all the ripple effects of that. You figure, hey, we're just 4 years off, going on 5 years off.
I think I'm missing something in chat.
Oh, I wasn't reading chat. I was reflecting on all of what I was talking about. Probably shouldn't do too much of that.
Mhm. Well, and it's I
Well,
see the
I think
comments
that's what.
and know from experience you can do you can think you're doing everything right. Um, I don't know the answers. It's
Going on, Yankee?
But I hate to see people not even taking a chance. That's sad to me, is because that's why are we all here together
Well,
right
you guys
now?
are on the phones. I already said that at Thanksgiving. That's what I was thankful for, is this community. I mean, if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't talk to nobody. That's not an exaggeration. You know, I've been able to vent a lot over the years. Not to mention it's good company and you get hilarious times and information and all that stuff. Plenty of reason.
Yes, but there's some kind of a bond also.
Oh, I
Oh
definitely
yeah.
feel a bond, especially with you, Bonnie, because you know it's not just you, but there's several people. Echo, a lot of you that I've known for years now. We've been in contact, you know, and sharing everything that we know and think or whatever, witnessing all kinds of craziness. Yeah, I do feel the bond.
Yeah.
If I was a millionaire, I'd have a giant piece of property, probably in a warm area, guys, with a big lodge, and you'd all have a little piece of property, and you could all homestead there. We'd have a blast. That's what I'd do if
That's
I thought about that in great detail. Imagine a lodge that we could all share with an indoor swimming pool, you know, rooms on the second level where you could jump off the balcony into the pool, but then a full kitchen where we could cook giant meals and serve people outdoors or in,
No speedos. No speedos allowed.
no
and
speedos,
a big indoor walk around fireplace by the swimming
Please.
pool.
please.
And then everybody have their own little lot of land so they could go back home when they're tired of everybody, you know, have their own spot. Give them the property and tell them they pay the taxes on that piece of property, you know, and so it is theirs. But then have the lodge and maybe a chunk of property on the community side.
I love that. Jamal.
That's too much of a great idea.
So it sounds great, but do you really think everybody would get along?
No, that's why you got to have your own place to get the hell away from everybody. We could do it like I used to do this a lot. All right, we keep boxing gloves, and if a couple of guys got out of hand and they kept it up and kept it up, we'd hand them each a pair of boxing gloves. We'd go out in the garage and we'd surround them and we'd let them work it out.
Yeah.
And they always worked it out. They always worked it out.
Oh yeah. Support that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, when it's live or die,
Make boxing great again.
you find a solution.
The girls could have like a bake off or something, all right? But the
There
guys,
you go. I'll vote for that one too now. I think I won't. Especially if it's cheesecake bake off day. They can have all the arguments they want. Just keep on having the bake offs. It can be done, you know, find people with common interests, common goals, you know, people that just want to live off the land as best and as to their abilities, you know, limited outside interference. It can be done.
got to find the right place. In the late 70s, I met this guy named Orly. Orly. Right.
Hmm.
Even back then, I thought, wow, what a strange name.
First
But this
name?
guy, yeah, that was his first name. Anyways, he lived here in Michigan, and on this, it was 100-year-old campground with 100-year-old little log cabins and a big lodge. And I swear it had a couple private lakes. All right, we're talking, 300 acres or something. And it had its own little lake with probably 20 cottages around it that looked just like that place where Michael Myers hung out. All right, I mean, just like it. And now this place had been unused since the 1950s. But this guy, I don't know how he had so much money, but he owned this and then he collected cars. So by the time I met him, the piece of property was just covered with cars of all kinds. All the buildings were filled with cars and stuff and go-karts and motorcycles and all this shit. And later in the 80s, I helped him move. He moved to Florida, and he gave me permission to be on that property. I had written permission because I'd helped him move, and I'd known him for years. And you're just a lot of those cars. You ever heard of the Pontiac Silverdome? What?
Not right off top.
It's a famous sports arena concert place. Well, anyways, the roof ripped in the 70s.
Oh, heck, I
And
thought that was a car.
well, no, it was a giant auditorium with a retractable roof made out of
I
fabric.
got you.
And it ripped in an ice storm in the 70s. And he had a piece like the size of an acre, like a 1 acre piece of this tarp that weighed, oh man, I swear we had to use the
Oh, I bet it
high-lows.
was heavy.
Yeah, oh, it was. You had to use the outdoor high-lows to get that thing around. But it was covered all those cars. So he had a massive tarp covering like 80 cars in the front of his property. Anyways,
Wow.
this guy was a trip. He had started building another lodge. The existing lodge had a full walk-around rock fireplace, one of the ones like in a ski lodge. And then it
Yeah,
had the full walk-in, freezers and a full stainless steel kitchen,
that's what I'm talking about.
restaurant quality kitchen in there and all. But he built a new lodge all out of logs. And he had the indoor swimming pool put in, and he had, a staircase going up to the second levels and stuff that overlooked a giant, like, mountain ridge overlooking the lake. But anyways, what I was getting at is there was a time in the 70s where he just let all these lost souls live there. All right. And they took up into these little cottages and they lived there in the late 60s and the early 70s, up till the late 70s, I would say. Because some of them were still holdouts. Some of them had lived there for a long time. But at its peak, they had horses, they had go-kart races around the property, that all the stuff that they did privately. It wasn't open to the public. It wasn't something that you'd go and do with the family. No, it was just a whole bunch of people that lived together like a bunch of hippies. All right. And it was wasn't part of that, but it was cool to see the remnants of it, because there were buildings with all kinds of murals and stuff that these guys would do. And it was quite a place. It still exists, but it sold for millions of dollars not long ago.
Mm. What state was that in?
It's here in Michigan. It's actually
Mm.
off of a road called Lake George, just on the edge of Leonard, Michigan. I love going there by myself at night. There was, like I said, abandoned about 40, little over 40, 45 cottages and 2 giant lodges.
Are
And
they
it
still
was,
there?
I think most of those are still there. They probably bulldozed the big log lodge that he built because he got shut down. They violated codes. They shut him down, and it was ceased construction right before final completions.
See, and when I ran the resort, that's what we would do. There was a huge clubhouse with a nice kitchen and a bunch of tables. I think there was a pool table in there. There was games to play, and so all the campers, we would have dinners up there because some of them, one couple was from Louisiana, so they would have a Cajun night, and then
Down in the bayou, baby.
yeah, and then it just depended if it was cold, it was, chili or soups, and everybody just brought something to put in the soup pot. It did work. It was really great. I made some really good friends there that contacted me until they passed away. And even my kids still have contact with their kids. And I don't know. It's
Well,
I can see it working.
it's all nice to think about, but I don't have the money anyways, and I don't play the lotto. I don't buy a ticket. Nothing. I'm not going to win anything because I don't play anything.
Yeah. I mean, I understand, but if there's an actual will, there's a way.
Well, no,
But I don't think any of us would agree on which state it would be in.
I did have a dream once of seeing an airplane flying at night over a wooded lot and two black silhouettes falling out of the airplane. And in the dream, I walked up to this clearing in the woods and found one duffel full of marijuana, all right, just loaded with weed. And then I was looking for the other duffel and zipped it open. It was just full of bundles of cash. And that's when I woke up pretty depressed.
Oh, I already see a couple of them sneaking off together here.
Mm.
Woohoo!
That'd be a nice find.
Who's sneaking off together? What?
I'm just reading chat.
People hooking up right before your very eyes that you're telling me?
Yep, they're already sneaking off.
It's happened before.
Yep.
The love boat.
And chat stops. They're like, see, you weren't supposed to see. I see everything, Al. I had 6 kids, had 32 Girl Scouts. I see everything.
Everything. Forever.
The mom with the eyes in the back of the head.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, my mom was a cop. I'm probably the sneakiest kid out of all of us just because I had to be that way. It was very difficult to get anything past my mom. I told you about the rake in the closet. I did the yard work. I did all that stuff. But she got a new rake and put it in the coat closet and wouldn't let. She told me, "Don't use that rake." I'm okay. All right. And it didn't make sense to me. There was a perfectly brand new rake in the closet in there I could have been using, but it was hands off. So I left it be. And it was probably a year before I figured out what that rake was for. She would rake the carpet all in one direction so she could see if I had people at the house when she was gone.
She was counting the footsteps.
I'm not even joking. That's real, dude. That's what it was like living with my mom. She had we moved into a new duplex because she was into real estate. She actually owned a lot of houses at one point, and in the
Oh,
new duplex, in this, there was no place to hide anything in this room I got. So I took the old floor vent heater vent off the floor, and I
Raymond.
reached my arm deep down into that heat duct and used a pair of tin snips, cut the duct work open a little bit where I could flap it open and hide stuff inside the floor, way out of reach from anybody. Where nobody should have ever found my shit. I kept my pipes in there, my papers and my weed, whatever I had that was paraphernalia, I kept in that little hiding spot. Well, while I was incarcerated in the juvie, she had the canine units over, and the canines at the police station found my stash. When I came home for a weekend, all of my shit was sitting there on the table. Bust.
Dang.
She used the canines in my room, man.
It's like the first time I ever smoked weed with my buddy Clark. His stepdad had they had a big RV that they used. Then they had this older RV which it ran, but they never used it. So we went in there, and I don't know how many of it was, dude, but it was like it turned into the episode of the '70s show. You couldn't even hardly see how to get out of there, man. And I'm thinking, well, going home in a little bit. My mom, she'll never know I done smoked. Not knowing that it was all in my clothes, it was all on me. I'm thinking, and then
I got in a lot of trouble for that. What? In fact,
when I came in, I walked past my mom, and I'm like, "Phew!" She didn't even know that I done smoked. But knowing what I know now, she'd know I'll probably reek the weed.
well, weed though was a different thing. In fact, I think there was a few years that my mom didn't know what it smelled like until some of the officers clued her into it, which was a drag. But when I was in the juvie, like 11 years old, even I think it was 10, that they legally allowed me to smoke cigarettes. As a juvenile delinquent in J building, you out of all the things you would think, they let you smoke. And what it was is that they figured it was more stressful for the kid to take the cigarettes completely away from them than to let them keep smoking. And when you were in maximum security, you were only allowed to smoke in the day room. And often cases, the staff would hold your cigarettes for you while you were in your room, so you couldn't smoke in your rooms and stuff. But they did let you. Yet they wouldn't let you have a lighter. Like they'd have these things on the walls where you could go and you push the button and it'd heat up an element like a cigarette lighter in the wall, and that's how we
Yeah.
light our cigarettes.
Huh. That's
Wow,
interesting.
well, that's different than from today, I'm sure.
Kind of like the lighters that used to be in cars and vehicles.
Yeah, yeah, I still have one in mine. Mine's old enough to have those.
Yeah. They ain't putting those in there no more.
Oh, we could smoke anywhere. Hospital, didn't matter.
Some of the schools I knew of would allow the students to smoke outside off the school property before school. But I've seen different rules in different areas for different schools.
Yeah. One of them, we had a smoking area.
Yeah, I've heard of it where they've actually had smoking lounges for the kids in school.
I remember as a kid the tail end of it, of places still around here when we'd go out to eat, they'd ask you smoking or non-smoking section. And even as a kid, I'm like, what difference does it make? We're all in the same building, you know?
Yeah, well, see, now our school did have a smoking lounge, but it was for the teachers. The teachers had their own place. Everybody knew it was their place to go smoke.
Yeah. But if you were good, they'd let you go in there too.
Yeah, well, I got in a lot of trouble for smoking in the bathrooms.
I
Yeah.
did too.
And I did it at, they'd have those little outdoor events, football games and stuff. I'd go smoke somewhere. and, and I wasn't often caught, but they'd see me and I'd just take off.
When I was in middle school, we had this program where if you got written up or got in trouble, instead of getting suspended, you could still come to school, but for however many days your suspension would have been, you had to work with like a janitor. You had to do everything they did: clean the bathrooms, mop, vacuum, everything. But
Boy, I'd have been working full time. I would. I mean,
I did that a
my,
few times.
my last year of school was seventh grade. There was 120 days in the school year. I'm on record as skipping 90 days. I'm sure I'm the champion school skipper.
Heck, I didn't mind it. It was like a vacation, really, because I was already making straight A's and B's. I just would get in a little trouble or cut up every now and then. But shoot, we went to the teachers' lounge. The teachers was in there. Was like, hey, you want some of this? You want some of that? I'm like, man, they got everything in here. I'm like, man, I didn't want to go back to
Well,
regular class.
Right.
where they took it too far is no smoking at the bar. Because that's like the most when they started the no smoking at bars is when I lost all interest of even going there to drink coffee.
They lost
Because
a lot of business because drinking and smoking typically go together. Yes.
Yeah.
that's right. That's
If
right.
you
And we have
smoke and
places
drink, you
around
smoke
here.
more while you drink.
There's places
Yeah.
around here where it's like they got outdoor patios, they allow it and stuff. But it's just the idea of that altogether. If there's that many people that don't like smoking, why are you at that bar? You know?
Exactly. And they had the vents, all of them that around here. It was a fan in the wall, and you could open the door. It had a wooden door. You open the wooden door, and that fan sucks it out. And plus, we'd have the windows open. It was like, I don't know. There's always got to be Karens everywhere.
Yeah, it's like somebody coming into this chat right now and saying, "Oh, we don't like this at all," but everybody else here does. We've got to change because of that one. That's I don't agree with that.
Well, but then now they've come
What's
to the
up, M. Cathy?
conclusion, like, who was it? It was one of the performers' wives got breast cancer or lung cancer or something, and they said it was because she was always with her husband in the bars or whatever, and um, they just use whatever they can to make it where, man, um,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't like the fact that people drink and drive, but I don't think liquor should be canceled and banned. People just have to use common sense and discernment.
exactly.
Don't shame me. Not saying I'm judging somebody, but just discernment wise, you're sitting there judging me. Meanwhile, you're sitting there scarfing down a McDonald's burger and a Diet Coke. You know what I mean? Nobody's perfect. We all have our vices. You
Yeah.
know. Somebody probably just ate a whole bag of chocolate chip cookies. Who knows? You know, we all
That's
fall short some way, shape, or form.
Just keep it well ventilated, and I don't see any problem with it. Yeah.
Well, I quit smoking every day, several times.
Same here.
Every time you put one out.
Yeah.
I'm not a full-time quitter. I'm a part-time quitter.
Yeah. Like that. I don't think I would be so kind without weed, you know. There were times like when I did eBay, I would go to do my feedback, and you know, before I sit down and burn one, I would be thinking, man, that guy pissed me off. This was a piece of crap, or oh, I'm going to say this. But then I trained myself to smoke a joint before I did my feedback, right? Because I was a whole different person. I'm trying to see everybody's point of view, you know, like trying to make peace of everything. And I don't want to create no. I'm a lot nicer guy when I got my weed. I'll admit that.
Ooh, Echo. I don't know. I remember when Austin started that mess because there was a truck stop right outside of Austin that if we had to go into Austin for anything, we'd always go to that truck stop because it had homemade good food. And when Austin started pulling that, trying to make it where people couldn't smoke at restaurants, I think restaurants was the first place. Bars was the last to go, but yeah.
Yeah.
What
That's
year was
just
that? Do you remember?
Hey, Unshackled Spirit, good to see you, David.
calm down, David.
Please calm down.
I'm trying to think. It's
'Cause I know they passed it here in my county. They passed it in 2021, January the 1st, 2021. You could no longer smoke in any establishment, bar or restaurant or anything like that.
We was way ahead of you. This
yeah.
happened here 20 years ago.
That's what I'm thinking. Late '90s, maybe, or is
Oh wow!
when it started.
Shoot.
Well, maybe even sooner because when I went to Kentucky, I was like, wow, you can smoke anywhere in Kentucky still. You could smoke in the Walmart. You could smoke wherever the heck
Wait,
you want.
that's funny.
Because that's where they grow it. Or, well, the people I knew was growing it. And
Wish they let me when I go to. That's about the only way I can deal with Walmart.
yeah,
That's bad.
that was our local grocery store. We'd stay in there even longer because we could just walk around with a cigarette,
Why are these
talking to people, visiting, and taking our time. And I don't know. It seems like people were more apt to stay and spend more money, I think, when it was allowed.
I can remember when I was a kid in school, walking into the front of the building with a lit cigarette in my hand, and I'd flip it and cup it and hold it to where the smoke would go up my sleeve of my coat, and I could keep my arm moving just enough to keep the smoke from gathering. And at any time that I know nobody would be looking, I could go down there and take a hit of it and keep walking, and I could walk a whole U all the way through this big school, and the whole time smoking my cigarette covertly, and I could hear people in the background going, "Who's smoking?" As I'm passing them. I'm already out of there though. You keep moving, you know, and I could go through the whole building like that with a cigarette without getting caught.
Yeah,
Just got to keep your arm moving and keep on walking.
but that was Yeah, I remember the ashtrays in the elevator.
That's something.
They were everywhere. I mean, when you're in a hospital and can ask for an ashtray and they bring it to you, it's
Now you'd be lucky if you call them and ask them for an aspirin and they bring it to you.
right.
Hey,
Well,
man.
there's that. They're going to charge you a fortune for it. $4 for an aspirin when you could, well, this was years ago, when you could go down to the store and buy a whole bottle for the same price.
Oh yeah.
And back then, the doctors would tell you that. Tell whoever's there visiting you, you can go to the store and get the aspirin, same price, Tylenol, whatever it was. It was usually Tylenol. They wouldn't give you aspirin in the hospital because you'd bleed.
Yeah.
You guys have goodies in Texas
Goodies.
and in Georgia.
What type of goodies?
Well, when I was living down south in North Carolina, their aspirin came in a powder,
Yeah,
and
the
it was
goody
like
powders,
it
goody
was a
powders, and
3-liter
BC
packet.
powders.
Yeah, that was the other one, BC's, and you
I remember the BC, but
take the package and you'd pour the powder onto a cardboard piece and bend it like a V and just inhale
mhm.
it.
That stuff tastes horrible. I think I did that maybe once or twice. Man, ooh.
It works faster than aspirin because it's already broke down. It's
Yeah.
an immediate.
I've never heard of the goodies, but I've heard of the BC.
I
Never
think it
took.
was Richard Petty. I think he was the spokesperson for BC for a bunch of years.
Yeah.
There was none of that up here back then. I have heard that it's around, but it wasn't before. It was one of those southern things, you know.
But we do
Like
have other
Coors
goodies.
beer. Like it was kind of like Coors beer back in the day. If you wanted Coors in Michigan, you had to go drive out there and get it. And people that did were real popular with people up here. You could sell that stuff for twice the price that you paid for it down
How far did you have to go to get it?
there. You'd have to go out to Arizona or Colorado or those places to get it.
Oh man.
Over the Mississippi. I think that's where you had to go, is over the Mississippi to get it.
It can't be that good.
I don't know if it was the fact that it was that good, but when it's something that's different, that people might put more of a value on it just because it's rarer to get.
Yeah. Supply and demand.
You know.
Especially in that period when it definitely wasn't as many liquor stores as it is now, or the availability to get it.
That was another different thing about down south. They don't have up here. State liquor stores. In North Carolina, if you want to buy liquor, you got to go to one of a couple places in the state that sell it, government sold liquor, called an ABC store. Hey,
Yeah.
Blue, that's where people, I knew people that lived a long ways away from that ABC store, so they would save their money, go up there and buy a month's worth of liquor, so they only had to go once a month.
Oh my goodness. There's liquor stores all around. We have breweries, we have liquor stores, and we have dispensary. Is that what it is? Distilleries? What's the other one? Where they?
Breweries for beer.
Yes, and we have breweries for beer. Yeah.
They sell liquor and beer at the gas stations here.
Well, you can buy beer and wine at the gas stations here, but not liquor. Liquor, you have to go to the liquor store. And our liquor store has a drive-through. You just pull up there, tell them what you want, pay for it, go.
Yeah, we got something like that too. Yeah.
There were drive-through liquor stores. I don't know why they aren't anymore, but they do have a lot of gas stations where you can buy liquor, right? Which, talk about temptation. Anybody's trying not to drink and drive, there it is, right there in front of you.
Yeah.
Or like some liquor stores aren't allowed to or give you like cups and stuff like that anymore. You know, they can sell you ice and all the accessories, but they can't sell you or give you cups like they used to.
They used to have to put your liquor in a bag and everything. I wonder if they still do that here. If you
They do that
bought,
here.
I think there was a law here. I wonder if that's still in effect.
I don't know if it's a law, but they bag it, put it in a paper bag.
Yeah.
And
Even beer.
TABC, like if you have a bottle in your car, if the seal is popped, they can get you.
Open intoxicants.
It's an open container.
Always keep it in your trunk.
They look in there too.
I mean, if it's in your trunk, that's not in your immediate access or reach.
True.
It's not an open cab.
That's true. And I've seen people put a keg on the back of their truck with a hose running to the front.
I thought that was an Alabama thing. Y'all do that in Texas too? Man. Well, y'all better hook up all the kegs y'all got, because this Saturday y'all got to come to Atlanta, Georgia, take on them dogs. Y'all better bring all the kegs you got.
Hey, I wonder if I can hitch a ride. There's gonna be buses and everything going.
Oh, it's gonna be a bona fide affair.
I know.
Oh, shit.
Actually, my friends might be going. I need to ask them.
If it thaws out enough, don't think I won't travel to Atlanta.
I can't drink beer. I haven't drank beer since my 20s, but I used to. I've carried kegs of beers a lot of places.
I'll just tell them leave me there and I'll find a way home.
Yeah, I didn't drink much, but it seemed like I was always the designated keg carrier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Give it to the big guy. He can tote 2 of them.
I had my own taps too.
This hotel that my daughter is working for is pissing me off. She's been there 3 weeks. Still ain't got paid. Told her, I said, you need to rethink this position. Yeah, we even had what do they call them? Beer barns where you can drive through. And there you can get anything.
I don't know when the first.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't know. It was about 5 or 6 years ago. They changed the laws and they allowed breweries to open back up in the county. And now I think we got, I don't know, like 6 or 7 local breweries downtown on the river. Pretty cool.
I was going to say, the county that I spent a lot of time in growing up, it's known as the land of 10,000 lakes. So one county has over 10,000 bodies of water. There's lakes and rivers and everything everywhere. And we used to party on the islands. Back in the 70s and stuff, you get your kegs of beer, you put them on a pontoon boat, you go out there to that island, you own that place for as long as you want to stay. You could have big parties out there. You could Sometimes there'd be 100 boats moored at an island of people partying.
Heck yeah,
I
it's
literally,
international waters.
yeah, that's how it used. But I literally remember the first year the cop boat showed up on the lake I lived on, and it was like dun dun dun. Suddenly, people were getting ticketed. People were getting caught on the islands. It
Mhm.
changed. They started putting cop boats out there. Dang it.
It was the same with, there was a party spot in my hometown. It was on the river, and there'd be like at least 100 vehicles every weekend. And for over 50 years, it was generations that partied at the spot on the river. And the cops would just stop. Hey, everybody doing okay? Yep. Okay, just checking on y'all. You want a beer? No, not right now. I'm on duty. And they'd leave. And then all of a sudden, same thing. They'd just start coming out there. We need to look around, see if there's any minors, see if there's any drugs, see if, I mean, they were just, it was kind of gradual, but then just stopped it.
The outdoor concert venues here, Pine Knob, Michigan. Back in the 70s, you could carry kegs of beer, cases of whiskey, wine, whatever the hell you wanted up into that concert onto the lawn, stake your claim, and party there all damn night long if you want. Be drunk as you want. And, looking back at that, it was fairly peaceful. Yeah, there were fights and stuff, but it wasn't like mass pandemonium or nothing. But sure enough, the 80s come rolling along, and all of a sudden you got all these guys in orange safety vests walking around checking people, and all of a sudden you couldn't have kegs or bottled anything with glass bottles. It was like it changed gradually, like you're saying, more and more restraint till now you can't even drink in there. It's like you,
Red pill.
shit changes right in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
I remember swimming with a keg for maybe 3/4 of a mile to get out to one of those islands. Kegs float, but it's not
Yes,
easy to swim with one. It's just a lot to drag.
they do. They even have mini ones.
All right, I'm back.
We used to get these ones called Oli balls of beer. It was $21, and you could get this box with a nylon white ball, great big, bigger than a basketball, you know, full of beer with its own little tapper. And then they had those little itty bitty miniature metal kegs of beer. You guys remember any of those? Heineken did it.
Mm.
Lowenbrow did it.
We still have the minis.
Those
There's 2 or 3
balls.
different sizes that you can get, because every time my stepdad was having a birthday, he was like, we got to have kegs. There was always kegs.
Those big nylon balls of beer, when they were empty, they always got turned into a bong. Olympia beer, that's what it was. Olympia beer. We called them Olies, but they were Olympia beer. Anybody remember Olympia? It was a pretty cheap brand of beer.
Mm. No, Pabst Blue Ribbon was the cheapo here.
I think Olympia was even cheaper than PBRs.
Got a buddy of mine. He does like cleaning services, anything inside and out, pressure washing, inside, whatever. But every year we have the big Masters golf tournament, the first weekend in April, and once the tournament leaves, these hospitality houses and stuff, they have so much stuff, and they'll call him in to clean it out. And he'll call me sometimes and say, hey, I need a hand, or if I can help him, whatever. It'll just be cases, sometimes cases of liquor, drinks, beer. It's not even opened. They just needed to get out of there. It's already been paid for. And
Wow.
it's insane, the type of stuff. Juices, those little cans of like juices you make drinks with,
Hmm.
all type of stuff, unopened stuff, cases of it. It was bought and paid for, and they already left. Just got to
Heck
get cleaned up.
yeah. Heck yeah. I did some dumpster diving the day before. Somebody in the dumpster here at the shop, somebody dumped a bunch of stuff, and I happened to be just look, and I'm like, what the hell is that? I pull out this. I got a brand new solar rechargeable light. This thing's badass, man. It like 1 day of solar charge and it runs all night long. All right. I found a brand new pair of vice grips, a brand new pry bar with the protective tip still on it. I found a laptop computer. I found a battery bank. I found a bunch of shit, man. Somebody just tossed a perfectly good green milk crate. I mean, it's like, can't believe people throw stuff like that away.
Oh yeah, I'm the same way. I've gotten so much stuff.
I would have probably bought a solar light like this, man. A thing you can charge it up on a USB or use the solar. You can hit a modes. It changes all of its colors and brightness. It does all kinds of things. It's kick ass for free, like a
Yeah.
Christmas present. What's up, Red Pill? Every time I look at the chat, there's somebody new here.
That's what I need to do, Pat. Every week, just line my front of my house out there by the road. Because it goes quick here, too. People will just grab it.
I still got the big gumball machine. This gumball machine is probably almost as tall as I am, no joke. But it was a couple years back. We did the clothing store, Old Navy. I don't know if y'all heard of it or not, but
Yes.
one of the ones here locally, they had a renovation, and it was a open renovation, which meant we worked during the night, and we had to clean up and isolate certain things and materials, and they opened during the day. So what was the point I was fixing to make? Oh yeah, about the dumpster diving. Man, it was the Old Navy, and then right beside it was Target. What was it? Bed Bath and Beyond, and Hallmark, a Hallmark store. And you would be surprised the type of stuff that was in those things, man. Just stuff still in packaging,
Yeah.
just thrown in there. I mean, it was unreal. But
You know those little carabiners that you see on everything? They're a little metal hook that opens up and you can hook it to things called a carabiner, but nowadays they make
yeah,
them.
carabiner.
Yeah, they make them just for gear now. Well, I've
Yeah.
been buying a few of those just so I can hang certain stuff in here. I got 3 of these out of the dumpster. One of them's pitch black even. The other 2 I got to paint. But this, I mean, that's free good stuff.
Oh yeah. But there was this gumball machine they had at the Old Navy. And I asked the manager, I said, "What are y'all gonna do with the gumball machine?" He said, "What are you gonna do with it?" And I said, "Well, if y'all gonna throw it away, I like to have it. I thought it's pretty cool." He said, "It's yours then." So I picked it up. And I said, "Well, dang, I guess nobody picked it up or noticed it." The whole thing was still slap full of quarters. After I got it back home from the job and everything and opened it up, man, it was probably like $30-$40 worth of quarters in there. No joke. I said, man, they never emptied this thing.
What is dhgate.com?
Oh, you don't want to Google that. I'm telling you. Who said that?
T-Mom.
I'm just kidding. Once you put gate on something, it just gets weird.
Yeah.
You know, everything's a different gate.
Yeah.
What's next? Camo gate.
None of that now. We don't need none of
Camo
that.
with 2 M's, not one.
No, I like free stuff. I mean, that was cool.
Oh yeah.
I'm right across the street from what is that cheap tool store called? It's Harbor
Harbor
Freight.
Freight.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
every day there are kilos of garbage coming out of that place, and people descend on those dumpsters daily. And there's times where I've heard them dump stuff, and I hear it tickling clink, tickling clink. I probably should start going over there when they dump the stuff because I could be there before everybody else.
Yeah.
No telling what they're throwing away and what people are after so much of. It's probably returned items or something. I don't know. But there's something going on over there.
Now they have some items in there. I bought some things from them, you know, that I wouldn't use a lot of. I mean, it's pretty good, you know. Bought a few things out of there before.
I got
I love
quite a
Harbor
few
Freight.
of them. I actually have a full climbing set. I've got real ones too. The ones I'm talking about are just handy to hang your gear on. I wouldn't put your weight on them, kind of deal.
I was so excited. I found out they built a Harbor Freight 25 miles from me.
Heck, I should have known that. I would have donated one of the ones we got here. We got too many of them. Man, they treating these things like they're the mall or something.
Well,
Well, free is one thing, but if I'm looking for a tool, I'll probably watch yard sales, flea markets, surplus stores, whatever it is. I try to find something old. All right, I don't want. I really don't, especially hand tools. I would rather buy a used old one than anything new.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Harbor Freight has a lot of medical stuff too.
Yeah, they got a pretty good variety, different things for sure.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I bought a set of their supposed to be like the extra strength, almost kind of looks like a fireman's hose nozzle that you put on the end of a garden hose. Believe it or not, that thing's I've had it for I don't know how long, and it's been probably the best one I've ever bought. It's outlasted all the other ones.
She's
That's
still hooked on that. I have never heard of it. I'm gonna check it out.
Red Pill. That's what I've got. Is all Craftsman tools.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
And strangely enough, they're all over Marketplace, and you can find Craftsman tools at yard sales cheap. I'm surprised how cheap I found some. Dollar boxes where you pick as many wrenches as you want. Craftsman wrenches for $1 a piece. I've got a whole complete sets and then some. you know, I made canvas tool rolls for my wrench set. That's a nice thing to have. But I don't need anything metric because I won't allow metric on this truck. It's all standard.
Harbor Freight jack stands for the ones you really need.
Lowe's carries the Craftsman brand now, and they still honor the tool return.
Who does?
Lowe's.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought when Sears closed, they were gone.
Well, Craftsman Tools was bought out and carried on through Lowe's.
Cool. They have a lifetime warranty on them too.
They do, and it's on most hand tools. It's not on all of them. Things like tape measures and rivet guns and stuff like that no longer have the lifetime warranty that the originals did.
Mm.
No, Lowe's stopped carrying Klein brand tools for a while, and then they brought them back. I don't know why they would have stopped carrying them to begin with.
What I miss is when you could go into a Sears store, and instead of them replacing your screwdriver, they could literally pull the core out of your screwdriver on site and put a new bit in your handle, so your handle would remain the same to match your set. They quit doing that, and then they started messing with the handle
Ah,
design. So when you get a screwdriver or even a ratchet replacement, it would be a different model than what your set was, which was a drag in some cases.
Yeah.
I didn't know about Amazon, but I think I've heard about Ace Hardware. Do they honor the returns there too, Chessboard? I don't know how they do that at Amazon.
No.
DeWalt. Yeah, they're
Got a few old DeWalt drills that's still kicking.
Yeah, since they carried the Craftsman, I tried something new. I was apprehensive about it, but I got a Cobalt brand out of Lowe's for my drill, and this was 5 years ago, a little more than 5 years ago. I bought that. Of course, you have to pay a lot more to get the second battery, but I have to have two batteries, and I have to say I'm happy with it. 5 years of hard use, man. I use a drill a lot, and it's still kicking.
Yeah. Yeah, for the price point, you can't beat it.
Well, it wasn't cheap. It was, for the drill and the two batteries. I think at the time it was close to $300.
Mm.
but that Black and Decker was good. So not.
Black and Deckers, are, generally speaking, all right, they've been around a long time,
Yeah.
but they also made a line of very cheap, affordable tools, mostly electric tools through the 70s and 80s and stuff. That they were cheap. All right, they wouldn't hold up to industrial use, so they kind of had a bad name. Remember the old yellowish tan plastic bodied Black and Deckers in the 70s?
Yeah.
Got a lot of Milwaukee products. Got a few rigid products.
Milwaukee.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've put them through the test. They hold up pretty good. I've had to swap them out a few times. They ain't never really gave me much fuss. I'll send it off. They'll send me another one. I know one feature they got in them now. They've got the Bluetooth in the tool and the battery. So if somebody tries to run off with your tool or battery, you can find it.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah. That's worth having, if nothing else. Somebody picks up yours on a job site. You say, "No, buddy, look at here. Look at here, buddy. I got it on the app."
Several of my tools are painted olive drab, just so I know them.
That's what I need to do. Put some nail polish on them or something so I know which ones are mine.
Certain tools, all my power tools and some of my hand tools, are marked.
Of all the paints that a guy could buy, there's something about that nail polish that's tougher than all of
Hmm.
them. You put a little speck of automotive paint or rust oil or anything on a tool, it'll wipe off of there. Won't be long before it comes right off. You put a little speck of that nail polish on there, and that's there till you grind it off. I don't know what's in that stuff.
That's what I was using for paint at first on my backdrop that I've been making. And it wasn't showing up good enough because it's just too thin. But I've got my eyeglass cleaner has a clear lid. And you put it down somewhere, you can't see that lid. It's clear. The print of whatever is behind it, and you're sitting there. So I've got nail polish on the so I can find it. Yeah, acetone takes it right off. Same Chima. Love the tool section. That's what I was gonna put in a doggy door. And my brother was like, "You don't have a saw to do that." I said, "Yes, I do."
Well,
He's,
back in the
do
day, do you remember the Sears Wish catalog? You know, and
yes,
they had a special catalog that was for Christmas time, and they'd have a spring
yeah,
catalog. Well, they also had a tool catalog. And there
yeah,
was a point in my life where my goal was to collect every Craftsman tool in existence. I wanted at least one of everything. And
yeah.
I met that goal, all right, except when I didn't like Craftsman power tools or gas operated anything because I had seen a lot of the early Craftsman lawnmowers and stuff were trash, all right. I seen three right out of the box with blown engines in. But
Right.
yeah, that was a goal, man. I had quite a tool collection growing up.
Yeah, my ex-husband, he used to only get the Craftsman. And then when he started working at the garage after work, he would get the Snap-on toolboxes. He probably got some tools too from them. I don't know how good they are. I had my own tools.
I pretty much inherited all my dad's power tools, you know, and he got all of his power tools in the 50s, and I inherited them in the 70s, and they were all those aluminum bodied metal power tools, you know. Some of them, they had weird things too, you know, like the drill had this thing that you could put on the end and it could turn it into an angle drill, you know,
Yeah.
yeah, you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Oh
And they
yeah.
were, it was, if you put all the set together, it probably weighed like 400 pounds of power tools. They were all super heavy. Even the circular saw was super beefy and heavy and shit, you know. But
Like
they
a meat
lasted.
grinder.
Yeah, yeah. It kind of did look like one, you know. But that's what I had started with. What's up, Virginia?
Virginia, where you been? We haven't seen you and I know I love the Avon books too.
Yeah, I remember my grandma would get those Sears books as a kid around the holidays, and I'd go over there and I'd look to those books. They had one of everything in there.
Yes,
As a
even the
kid.
old ones. You can look at the really old timey ones that they did use for toilet paper. I saw Yankee say that a while ago, and everything. And it was little tiny print and little tiny pictures because it was so much stuff that they had to cram in that book.
You could literally buy a whole house out of their catalog, and
Right?
they would ship it to you, and you just would build it. You know, they'd send you all the wood and everything to spec to build whichever house you picked. They had a couple different floor models to pick from.
Yep.
Pay the price and the delivery, and they would send you a house. You just had to have somebody to build it, or you build it.
Process.
I had I think it was a 1919 or a 1920 Sears catalog,
Mm.
and it had like $65 cars and $65 sewing machine.
Yep.
Right? It had, you could buy a saddle. I think it was like $5. You know, a nice Western style saddle. All these different things that were just so cheap. You know, crazy cheap. But and then some cases it was like uneven. Like I said, a sewing machine costs as much as a car at one time.
Are you dressed and you're gonna be good?
Who are you talking about? To me?
No. Copper backstage.
That's a rough call there.
No.
No clothes were a requirement tonight.
I don't see a shirt. So that's why I was like,
Navy, did you know that the Thompson had an Army version and a Navy version? And the Navy version had a more of a swept design to the handles. I always preferred the Navy version of the Thompson.
it's not hardcore copper, it's melted copper.
Yeah, see, that's, remember, yeah,
Yes,
I didn't see him in chat even, so how do we even know?
right. All right, Copper. I don't know you well. Can you communicate with chat so I can see where you're at, please?
Yeah, that too, Echo. Some of those things were super big. I
Yeah.
remember having quite a pile of catalogs in the house.
Well, when we lived in San Antonio, it was the phone book. That was thick.
We burned a lot of those in the wood stores.
I know, Red Pill. I know. And he won't go talk to chat.
I bet Watt could do it too, but I could rip a phone book in half. You ever tried that a lot? I'm sure you probably could. Big
Oh
guy.
yeah. Shoot. Good luck finding the phone book now.
I
Yeah.
know. I don't know if I could still do it even.
Oh, you can still do it. I don't even, whoever y'all are talking about, I don't even see this person.
No,
Well, here's why we're trepidatious about the whole situation. All right, because he was over on my channel and he came up, and, I think he was going to pull off a stunt. He was wearing like a wig, and somebody said something about it, and he pulled it off, like, "Oh, you got me." And then he was gone for a while, and he come back. When he came back, it looked like somebody dumped an oil pan on his head. Right? And I think what he was going to do is he was going to try to do a skit like Two-Face from Batman, the villain, from where he had half his face one way and he might look at us with half his face, then turn and go the other face. He was going to pull off some kind of a, like entertain us all or something. But
Yeah.
I think he was too hopped up on vodka and Monster and spilt it wrong, and it looked really horrible. So when he came up on the panel and everybody saw that, oh yeah, that was entertainment right there. But and then you got to wonder if he was okay, or if he was having a breakdown or something. Because for first meetings, Copper, that was quite a scene there. We didn't know what to think.
okay, so he can hear us. And Copper, you don't have any clothes on. And I would rather you talk in chat so I can get to know you, because I haven't seen you in chat yet talking to our friends.
Yeah, and at the same time that you wanted to come up on my panel, and I was at the point where I was like, no, it's probably best you didn't. Somebody naked, white, pasty, and obese with a little itty bitty tiny pecker was in my backstage trying to get on the panel too. So now that you're naked, now I'm wondering really what the hell is going on.
Yeah, I don't know about these people.
Yeah. Mm,
Wow, this is
I'm
getting weirder.
just
The more I do YouTube, the weirder it gets. He put the link out there for Virginia Roots. This is getting weird enough for you, Virginia. Come on up on the panel.
I put the link for Virginia, and poof, here comes Naked Copper to the backstage. Mm.
Hmm.
Kiss off just sits there laughing her head off.
Now Virginia want no part of this one.
They'll all be backstage.
Oh man.
Thanks, Virginia. All right, Copper. Back to chat you go. Later.
He wants. I know.
He's not backstage anymore.
Well, I mean, I just explained exactly how everybody would be kind of super, suspicious about this. Well,
I
just
know.
never know.
Sorry.
Never a dull moment. That's all.
Right.
And Buff wasn't even here. Buff really wants to see Copper. He keeps saying, "Where's Copper?"
Just imagine when the aliens get here Friday.
Yankees all
Or
are
what if he is an alien?
Probably was. There was probably a 95% chance he was.
I don't know. I just wasn't going to take a chance when I saw no shirt. It was like, no.
I'm proud of you, Bonnie. I know you got a big heart and you don't want to hurt nobody's feelings, and you give everybody their chance. But doggone it, we got to be. They're taking advantage of that.
Yes. I'm trying not to be so nice. I mean, but it's not being mean. It's just with anybody, we tell them.
Too many porn bombers out there.
Yes.
That's what they are, porn bombers.
But talk in the chat. Let's get to know you. That's how we get to know people, is by seeing them talk in the chat. And if he's not willing to do that, it makes you question why.
Anthony.
There you go. No shirt. No
shirt.
Now, the other person that came in here the other day, yeah, that's somebody you have to watch out for. If you see that name come up, that particular name, yeah. I've seen them try to do weird stuff in other chats too.
So is it a male or a female? Because I couldn't tell.
Can
From
they
the other
tell?
day?
They might not even.
It was supposed to, from the one I've seen, it's like a younger looking girl and some dude, some guy.
Oh.
It's like, I don't know if they're like teenagers or they're like in their 20s or what, but something. Yeah, I don't know. They're on the spectrum.
They looked really young. Thank you for telling me that on live. Yeah, I didn't allow them up either because they wouldn't talk in chat either.
They came up on, if it's the ones I'm thinking about, they came up on somebody's panel one time, and as soon as it got quiet, they just started yelling out the most absurd stuff. I mean, it was just like, whoa.
Oh my gosh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not showing anything, but just saying certain things.
Yeah. Well, the other day, that one, it said Nicole something, I think. And, but yeah, I didn't let him up because they did look really young. Never saw the name before. It was just,
Look like a younger looking girl with like a ponytail and like glasses.
it, I didn't see a ponytail, just really short hair and glasses,
Okay.
but like below the ears, short hair, just below the ears.
Yeah.
And so that's, but I really couldn't tell if it was a
Where are
boy
all
or,
these people coming from all of a sudden? What's happening? What do you think's going on?
I don't know. I guess when you hit 1,000, people start popping out of woodwork or something. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Yeah.
I don't get it either, Wolverine. If somebody, especially the people that clearly don't like any of us, why do they hang out anyway? Why do they watch? What are they getting out of that?
Yes.
They're
Yes.
not able. They're not able. So they'd like to see somebody else unable. There's people like that. They can't finish the race, but they'll throw a stick and trip you up.
Yeah, I've encountered a lot of that in real life. I know they're out there. Still don't understand it.
Yeah. And usually not too many want to come around here. It's not like we talk about, I mean, well, we talk about a lot of stuff.
And it don't get too hardcore either way on most topics. No,
Yeah.
it's kind of a broad spectrum of topics, I guess you could say.
True. Too much
Yeah, I'm
time.
still trying to figure out things that we haven't talked about.
I think most things can be talked about or can be talked about, in a respectable way or,
Yeah. Yep.
people need to talk about things more.
Absolutely. And that's what I don't understand is why they won't talk in the chat. What?
Heck, we're in
Because they
3
know
different parts of the country. Camo's up north, I'm in the southeast, and Bonnie's over in Texas. We're in a totally different triangle of elements.
I'm in a different country over here.
You are literally in a different country. That is true.
That's what that video said that I posted. Texas. They don't consider us the Midwest. They don't consider us the South. It's like we're just Texas. That's all.
I don't know. I consider Texas the South. I think they made the cutoff. I think it's just y'all just didn't make the cutoff line, Just because y'all were so big, we had to include you. You know what I mean? It's Texas or nothing at all.
Yes, Pat's in Texas. That's right. Don't mess with Texas. Yeah, whenever the guy that's doing my overhang, when he came to talk to me and give me a quote and all, we were standing out there talking, and he said, "Nothing conspiracy shocks me," and he said, "Like that crap." And we have had clear blue skies for, I mean, I haven't seen lines in the skies in a long time. Looked up and it was just crisscross everywhere. And I said, dang it. I haven't seen them in a while.
I
And
think I just saw more legislature of the. I think it was Florida that's going to ban it now. So
really,
if it wasn't real, why did Tennessee ban it?
yeah, And I think Missouri did too. No, Louisiana.
It may have
Chuck,
been Louisiana that I saw news of it. I thought it was down there, but
yeah, Louisiana banned it. Because Chuck said they were going nuts over there where he is. And he said, I guess because the wind will carry it into Louisiana. I said, I don't know.
well, they wouldn't ban it if it wasn't real.
Yeah.
Geoengineering. That's what they're calling it.
Geoengineering, is that what you said?
Yeah, geoengineering. That pretty much covers the entire spectrum of geographically engineering weather, land, elements. Pretty much covers that
Well,
entire spectrum.
there's been talk of us terraforming other planets, for a long time. Even in science fiction,
Oh yeah,
there's
I'm familiar.
maybe we're being terraformed.
Here,
Yeah,
Mm.
I think about stuff like that.
it just makes me feel like we're being exterminated. All right, all these food issues, all the water issues, no, there's trails of gases in the skies. Kind of feel like there's trying to exterminate us all.
Oh, it isn't that hot, Wolverines. It's not that hot, but it's cold up there where y'all are. I'm just, and it says 60 on my computer. It is not 60. It's 53.
It's like 17 degrees here, probably colder with the wind chill. I'll tell you what was well worth the money is that insulation I put in this thing.
Yes. Did you say 16?
Yeah, it'll probably get a little colder before it gets warmer.
Oh, no.
Mm, brutal.
Everything's been frozen for a few days. It's not melting.
53 is not staying. No.
Man, hope we don't get no rain during our cold snap. Man, that would be horrible.
We're supposed to. It's showing rain like all week. And I thought it was going to today. Even the guy that came to do the work, he messaged me and he said, "Is it raining there?"
I got
No.
pictures of them somewhere, but there was two famous ice storms here in Michigan. One in the late 70s, one in the early 80s. And when I mean by ice storms, I mean everything has an inch or more of ice on it. I mean, all the trees, all the houses, all the wires, all the fences, all the trees, everything is covered in a layer of ice, so much so that the weight breaks a lot of trees. I mean, those two storms did visible damage to every neighborhood I saw,
Oh
to the
yeah.
tree wires and to houses and stuff. But it will rip tarps and anything fabric and stuff. But boy, it sure was pretty to look at though. You see a forest in ice with something to look at. It's just very destructive.
It's beautiful though. And where is that at, Red Pill? Doesn't get under 65. I would like to know.
Dig underground anywhere on Earth when it gets deep enough or the right depth and it stays at like 55 degrees. That's why I say if I had to live in Texas, I'd be digging a hole.
Well, I've only lived in Texas, so I don't know. And so we get leather skin and all those good things to look forward to somewhere down the line. Well, lots of moisturizer, oils, water. But it's not the desert, darn it. Oh my God. Mike Morales. Yeah, that minus 13 is ugly.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, that's that. Man, we're down.
Mm-mm.
I know I'm good to at least 40 below. Already lived it. I know I'm good there.
You don't get nowhere close to it.
So do you ever
Well,
leave your home when you get that cold? I wouldn't.
the year before is when it got to 40 below here. My tent turned into, it iced up on both the outside and inside.
I remember
It was
that.
it was pretty chilly, but I survived. I know I can survive that. There's a picture on my community page now of me sleeping in a sleeping bag on the ground at 40 below zero. My whole sleeping bag is just ice crystals.
Huh.
You can survive it. It's
Mm-mm.
survivable.
How warm is it inside your truck now?
It's probably about 60 degrees in here.
Okay.
But it's, it's pretty comfortable. I don't have to have a coat on.
It's
Yeah, compared to outside, that's great.
Yeah.
When I woke up this morning, it was 71 in the house, and I just got this robe. It's like a rug. I was throwing that on. Get warmed up. Okay, now I can go because it gets hot quick in that robe. I think I overdid it.
That's in a down-filled M1949 mountain bag, Wolverine. The only real sleeping bags I will 100% trust.
I could do the snowbird thing, I think. But y'all have had hot temperatures too.
It gets to be about 100, maybe a couple degrees over 100. Down where you're at, it could be 120.
Well, that's rare. But yeah. Well, once it hits 100, what difference does it make? It's hot.
No, the main factor, the summertime, the heat is the humidity. The humidity, that adds a whole another factor.
Yes, it does.
It's like walking through a bowl of hot soup at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's just getting started. They hadn't even cut on the oven yet. Still warm from the night before.
If you ever have to sleep out in extreme cold conditions, like 20 to 40 below zero or so or worse, the worst
Why would
part
anybody do that?
Yeah, why would I be doing that?
well, it's one thing to sleep on the ground, but it's a whole nother to have to get up in the middle of the night and go to the bathroom and come back.
Oh, heck
Because
no.
now you have to rewarm everything up. When you get back in, it's all ice cold. All right, when you get back in, it's a rough experience.
I respect the people that do it and live in it and maintain it, but me being in the South, no,
No,
staying away from it.
that's when you buy you one of those jugs that they sell. I don't know what they're
I'm
called.
buying something. I'm buying it. There's a kit for it.
Their Sea Wolverine said it.
I would rather sleep in the cold than I would the extreme heat because of all the bugs. There's no bugs in
Yeah,
Blair. It is absolutely bug free.
there is a plus. That is the plus to it.
Yeah, you can go sleep right down on the swamps. It's all frozen. No bugs. No critters that can crawl up in on you. They're all sleeping.
Well, we get about 2 weeks of that in the early spring. Then after those 2 weeks, it's game on. Everything is biting. Is biting.
Uh-huh. I got one of them on my community page too, but I made myself custom bivy shelters is what they call them. But I made
Boy.
these before they even sold them, you know. But I took this waterproof camouflage material and I made like a bathtub shaped floor that fits my sleeping bag like a glove. So you can set the bottom of it in any water, right in a mud puddle or whatever, you're going to stay dry. But then the whole top of it is mosquito netting. So I can see 360 degrees around me at all times. If it's raining, all I use is the military ponchos. I use those as rain flies, one or two. But
Oh
I
yeah.
made a single person version and I made a double person version. If I ever have a gal with me, I've got complete bug and waterproof. I can see all the way around. It lets the air through in the hot weather. It's about the best you can get for a hot weather tent.
That's why I'm thinking about screening in my deck now that I'm going to have the overhang. I would just have to have a door built where the steps are, I guess.
I've got these army issue mosquito nets that go over the cots when I set the big tent up,
Mm-hmm.
but they also hang loosely. All right, you know they don't zip up or anything. They don't seal up. Those ones that I made, they zip up like a clamshell. You zip it up, nothing's getting in there. No mosquito, no snake, no nothing's gonna come and sleep next to you. You know, you're good to go. Mosquitoes don't bother me too much, Donna, but if you go into Michigan swamps at the wrong time of the year, they'll carry you away. It doesn't matter what you are. They get pretty bad.
Man, it got warm enough here. Thanksgiving Day, we had a few last minute kamikazes gave their last hoorah. It got up in the 70s. It woke a few of them up.
Who was I talking to? I think Saturday. It was Kiss Off. I was out at the car smoking, and uh, a bee came in and joined me, and I jumped out, and I'm all, bee. And she's like, what? How do you have a bee this time of year? Anytime the sun comes out, we have bees. It doesn't matter what the temperature is.
I went another successful year without a single mosquito bite. I usually hear them. If they're in my realm, I kill them. I hunt them down. If they're in my vicinity trying to bite me, I usually hear them or feel them touch on me. I kill them. I don't want to be bitten by them. You know, I hear too many things about mosquitoes, and so I'm pretty good at avoiding it.
Well, I'm not dead, and they like me.
If you ever come down here where I'm at, you better bring your beekeeping suit because they gonna love that fresh blood. They gonna smell you coming.
Yeah.
I actually have what was referred to as a
They already hear the
beekeeping.
lore.
I
He's
have
never been
head nets.
get 'em.
Yeah, I will use head nets, and I will do that.
I need one of those. I need to get me one.
There's a few different models. You can get
If
one
nothing
with
else
hoops
for the
in it.
gnats. Gnats get worse than anything. They get all up in your eyes and everything.
Lavender essential oil.
Yeah.
I've
Well,
got some Vietnam issue ones, Watt, that roll up to the size of a Bic lighter. All right, they're really thin. There's nothing to them other than like a big sock that you can put over a boonie hat, and it's just enough fabric to where it'll keep it away from your face and not let anything get at you. It's got elastic, and you can tie it down and stuff. Those are the easiest ones to carry. They make 3 different military issue mosquito head nets, and then you can actually buy the beekeeper type style with the pith helmet.
I think I need full on beekeeper style.
yep.
Well, one of the military ones is designed to go over the U.S. pot helmets, the metal helmets. They'll work over Kevlars and stuff too. So it's already got hoops in it, and you can wear it over any hat, and it'll keep it almost like a pith helmet V-neck. You got the one I'm talking about right now, Echo. I forgot about that. Echo got one of those from me. 1950s issue. It was in real good shape. I think it was a 50s one. Bees don't bother me much. We're extracting honey with this farmer for a couple summers part time, and got stung plenty. They don't really affect me like they do a lot of people.
Yeah.
I do that. The bee dance. I am so familiar with that one.
Owner of the shop here just did a spider dance. I've been teasing him about that. Walked into a web.
When the Swedes were here and we were out at the ranch riding horses, all of a sudden those bees just started swarming around me. And I was like, what in the world? And so I ran and I got in my car, put the windows up and everything, and they were just sitting there in front of the windshield just looking at me like, we're gonna get you. And the Swedes were standing behind them and they're like in shock watching these bees trying to get me. And then they decided it was picture time, and that's why I'm wearing a black hat in that one picture, if y'all ever saw it. Because my daughter had the black hat, and I said, let me put my hair up in the hat and see if that helps. And just for the pictures. So we did. It did help. Maybe I had hairspray that day. I don't know what it was, but they liked it. I don't know if it was a shampoo I used. I don't know.
I've seen them attracted to people. I don't know if they're cologne or perfume or whatever it is, but there's definitely something that bees homing in on.
I'm probably allergic to the stupid suckers. I can remember when I was little in the back of the car, there was one, and my mother kept saying, just leave it alone and it won't bite you and or sting you. Well, it got me on the bottom of the foot. Yellow jackets. they will just attack. And I think that's why I do that, because at my other house, walking out the front door, they would just zap you. I'd get it in the arms and the back, and so yes, I know that dance.
The first 8 or so years of my life,
Lisa,
I
sweet.
after my dad died, anyways, he had a couple pigeon coops, and they were big pigeon coops with like 60 cupboards in each one of them that the pigeons could be tended to on the inside, or you could release them out little doors and all that. Pretty fancy buildings. But after my dad died, they were left alone, and wasps just took them over. I mean, the paper honeycomb wasp nests that they hang by little tendrils on the ceilings and stuff. They were everywhere in these pigeon coops, which meant nobody else would go in there. So I had a complete hidden away fort that nobody would go in. My sisters wouldn't go near it. My mom wouldn't go near it. It was like sanctuary to me. But I spent so much time in that with wasps flying all around me, just hovering all over, and they never attacked me, and they never stung me. I've been around so much of that. I've never been hit by a wasp. I've been stung by bees and yellow jackets, but
My
they never
hands,
attacked me.
red
And
was, they
if
got my
wasps,
hand.
if they land on me, even Bonnie, I don't flinch. I don't freak out. I don't have no fear of them. And I think that's part of what they're picking up on is pheromones. When somebody fears them, they sense that. All right. I think if you honestly don't have fear of those things, you're a lot less likely to get bit, stung.
I don't
People freak
believe that.
out. That's when they get hit.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just know they get. It's been red wasp. It's been bumblebees, honeybees, whatever you call them. It's been yellow jackets. That's why I'm thinking about screening in my deck, so I can sit out there and not worry about nobody.
Yeah, if you can do it, do it.
I've made several of those screen enclosures for people, Bonnie. In fact, tomorrow morning I'm making a clear vinyl and partial fabric barrier for one of the bars here in town. All it is like a tarp that you can screw through the grommets,
See, Yankee knows.
Oh yeah, they'll let you know too.
Well, one gets too much up in my face and it's gonna die in my hand. I will pull a wad. If it's in my face and I know it's attacking me, I will pull it out of the air and kill it.
Well, and so around here, the stories I hear that when people end up in the hospital or are not alive anymore, is they're usually mowing their lawn. So it's something about that vibration thing too, or something.
Oh, I've also heard where people like Mountain Dew is a lure to bees, right? And I've heard people didn't notice the bee in their drinks and they'd be allergic to it, so they get a bee sting in their throat and their swells up and they suffocate. I've heard stuff like that.
It's any kind of soda water. If you have a can of soda water, you better keep it covered because they will get in it. Poor Gma.
What happened to her?
Do what?
Oh, she got with a, yeah. Weed whackers are known to kick up them. And there's ground hornets. You ever seen those? They live in a hole. They'll fly right
Yes,
out of that hole like a rocket and nail you.
those are the ones that will kill a cow. Remember, I looked it up because my son-in-law found one in my driveway in a hole.
Well, I don't know. They're probably worse down there or something. But I picked up a pile of brush in a buddy's backyard in Pontiac, Michigan, helping him clean out his backyard. I picked the brush up and I saw the hole, and I saw it coming. And I got my eye closed just in time, and this hornet nailed me right on my eyelid, and the stinger went through to my eyeball. And the buddy of mine was with me, and he said when I looked at him, it said that one half of my body turned completely red immediately. It was like somebody punched me in the eye. That thing hit like a mule. You wouldn't believe what a wash feels like in the eyeball.
Yeah, I would.
But it was a ground bee. They're actually a bee. They just live in the ground. Big suckers.
But that's this one. When my son-in-law told me that, I was like, no way. And so I looked it up, and sure enough, the pain is so excruciating. And he sent me a video even. And this man let one sting him on his arm, and he was in tears for like 30 minutes. He said the pain was so bad he could not hardly stand it. And they figured that's why the cow dies, because
Dies of pain.
I guess because they're so big
You would
and
think shock would kick in or something.
I don't know. I'm gonna find it and show you. I'm a killer wasp. What? Where's a picture? Oh, it looks like a daggum ant. A type of velvet ant, a wasp that looks like a large hairy ant.
You know, swarms of bees, killer bees and stuff, that's plenty enough reason that everybody should have a flamethrower. You know what I mean?
There's a shrimp just outside of Australia that they're little tiny. You can hardly see them. They're deadly. This is it. See, female cow killer ant is a large hairy wine glass one that resembles a worker ant. It can be up to 3/4 of an inch long, with a black body covered with coarse and bright reddish hair, orange hair on the head.
I know
The
fire ants ain't no joke. I've been bit by black ants and little ants. Fire ants are on a whole different level.
Oh, I always get fire ant bites. And yeah, I'm allergic to them. That's the one I start telling the kids, get my EpiPen.
Did you know that you can use the big heads of those black ants for sutures?
What?
You
No.
can take and when you have a wound, you can take one of those big ant's heads, hold the body, wait till he bites your cut like a staple, and then pinch his head off and it'll stay clenched. They've actually used the heads of ants for sutures.
Huh. Oh, Richmond, thank you. You're sweet.
I saw that, but I saw that somewhere.
Yep, scorpions. And then we got those centipedes. Have you ever seen one of them?
I've seen a armored, like a paint job, a car paint job blue armored centipede down south that apparently they're deadly. It was in my apartment bathroom when I first moved in. A brand new apartment. The bathroom, I couldn't see anywhere where it could have gone. It had to have gone down a drain or something because it was on the ceiling and then it was gone. I turned my back on it for a minute and it was gone and I never saw it again.
I'll show you that sucker. And I don't know if they kill you, but they eat your skin. That thing right there. Oh, and that one. It's a centipede. Only a few possess venom capable of causing harm to humans. Only a few much, but
So I was standing in this car wash in Kernersville, North Carolina. All right, summertime, hot summer night, and I'm in there washing my car. And I remember turning around, looking towards the entrance to the car wash, and something just cracked right in my forehead. And my instinct immediately was to reach up and grab whatever it was, which I did. When I grabbed this thing, I squished it dead. All right. And it had these claws on the top of its head that left two bleeding dots on my forehead about 3 inches apart. That's how big the claw was. The dots were almost 3 inches apart on my forehead. And when I squished it, those claws were on one. I don't have small hands. When I squished it, the head was sticking out one end of my hand and the bottom of it was sticking out the other. And when I opened my hand, it had like giant dragonfly fucking wings and blue blood. And I kept this carcass. I took it to work with me. I showed it to everybody in the apartment complex, and nobody knew what the fuck this thing was. It was as big as a small bird. And I'd never, at the time when I was living down there, I never did find out what it was. Later, like 2 years later, I found it in a book in a library, and it's called a cicada killer. And what it does is it burrows in the ground and stays there for like the 17-year cycle of cicadas. And when the cicadas are flying by, it shoots out of this hole, grabs it, and falls to the ground with its prey. But it's like when something like that bites you and you don't know even what the hell it is, it sure makes you wonder if, am I going to die now? What's going on? It's like, am I going to have to, yeah. It's always fun to get bit by something you don't even know what it is.
I can't look at that one, but I can imagine. I don't even want to see it. I've only seen one of those in my life, and it was in my best friend's bedroom, right by her bed. And they killed it immediately, the centipede.
Down south, they got some critters, man. They ain't even fooling around down there. There's stuff everywhere.
No,
I go to sit down in the woods in the North Carolina, and stuff is just crawling all over the place. You lift a rock, there's a snake. Lift another rock, oh, there's a lizard. It's like there's stuff flipping everywhere in those woods.
Yeah, that's why this guy that's working on my thing, and he comes walking up. He's got a well, never mind. And I feel pretty protected with him out there in the front. But oh, what was I going to say about him? Heck if I know. What'd you just say?
I didn't say nothing.
Yes, you did.
Oh, you mean a minute ago about the critters all over down there?
Yes. And so that's it. So we're working on my chicken coop too. And so he told me that he suggests ducks because they don't try to fly over the fence like chickens do. They can't because they're too heavy. They can't. And he said, and the eggs are bigger. That's what he raises. And he's going to bring us a couple eggs so we can try them.
Little chickens are good because they eat everything that crawls on the ground near them, man. They'll eat it all.
And he said the ducks will too. And I said, really? And he said, yeah, they eat all the bugs and snakes, whatever they get a hold of. You going to bed, Al? Yeah, I'm starting to yawn. Getting close to that 2 a.m.
1:26 here.
I'm done.
I slept late. And I wouldn't have slept before now anyways.
I'll take the cold if it means less critters. Worth it.
I have
Chicken.
to agree. I'm not a big chicken fan, but I do like it more than duck.
I've never tasted that. But like I told him, I said, I can't see me doing a chicken for it to be a meat chicken. I don't know. My son could probably do it. But somebody, I've seen recipes to make the duck taste better. I
They
don't know.
always got seen a lot of recipes with wine and cooking sherry and stuff in them. It's like they're trying to drown it in alcohol a lot.
Night Life.
And I've had duck several different ways, but I still prefer the chicken, even though I'm not a big chicken fan. I feel the same way about geese. Geese, duck, same thing. I like pheasant better than all of them. Really like pheasant.
Really, I don't think I've ever tasted pheasant either. I
Pheasant's
love
like
chicken.
fast food of the woods, Bonnie. You don't even need a knife. You can take a pheasant and push it down on the ground with your hands on its breast, and poof,
Okay.
the breast of meat will pop right out in your hand.
Oh. Huh. I don't know. Just, I love chicken and I love turkey.
I like turkey, but domestic turkey, I kind of like it better than wild turkey. Even. You get a lot more white meat out of it. I've always liked white meat.
I like the dark. Well, I like it mixed. I don't know. I like the dark meat. Oh my goodness, Mom.
Oh, that's rough, Gmo. I got it right on my ass. Dead center in my gluteus maximus. I got a hole in my bun because of one of them spiders. And they're nasty, Bonnie. They'll rot a person right to the marrow of their bone before the infection starts to go away.
I know, I've
So
seen. Yep. That's why I want something out here that eats the bugs. Yeah. I had a tent. I can't remember if I bought it at a garage sale. I don't know, but it was on my front deck. And so I took it inside because it was just kind of wadded up. Took it inside to fold it up right. And all of a sudden, I had baby recluse spreading everywhere. I mean, there was about 100 of them things. And we were doing the La Cucaracha then, stomping as the kids, all of us were just stomping, trying to get all of them dead. Guess they were
When I was,
nesting there, mama and the babies.
when I was younger, I had a old officer's tent, military issue green canvas tent, but it was from the 50s. So it didn't have zippers, like, it didn't seal up. And it would only hold a couple cots. But I set this thing up in these swampy areas and not realizing what was going on. I started waking up with big swelled eyeballs. I'm talking my eyeballs swelled up like golf balls. Couldn't barely open my eyelids, looking through slits, you know, and itchy like you wouldn't believe. It just made me want to itch my eyeballs, and you can't itch your eyeballs. And it took me a minute to figure out what it was, but that tent was attracting wolf spiders, and they would sit up in the peak of that tent in the heat of the day. And then at night, when I was sleeping in that thing, they would see the rapid eye movement of my eyes when I was sleeping, which mimics the speed of an insect. To them, they thought my eyes were prey and they were biting my eyes at night.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And
It doesn't kill you and it doesn't make you sick, but it sure makes your eyes miserable for hours, sometimes like a day or so. Your eyes would be swelled up and itchy.
yeah.
Boo didn't want to hear that either.
Yeah, I've eaten a couple of bugs on a bike.
It does hurt, that shit, like necro flesh.
Hmm.
Oh, sorry, Cheryl. Yeah, those recluses, they rot a hole into you. And the whole time your body's trying to fight it, trying to heal. It take a long time.
Well, where are those kissing bugs at? I don't know if we have any of them here. This reminds me of that night. Poor Von Erich was up here. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I remember that. He was so fun, you know.
Yes. Well, he started it talking about the dragon that fell on him in Florida. It's like, dragon? I couldn't figure out what in the world he meant.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah.
I know I've eaten quite a few bugs. I mean, I told you about the candied ant, chocolate covered ants, all that stuff. But there's one critter out there that tasted like battery acid. It literally like burned my mouth. And I
I
didn't
was
mean to eat it. It was in my coffee. And at the time, I was eating handfuls of dry roasted peanuts, so I didn't notice it. And I bit into it and immediately knew I did something wrong. It was an indescribable burning taste. It was earwigs. Don't ever bite into an earwig, all right? Because it's nasty. It's it's way beyond nasty. It hurts.
I don't plan to do it on purpose.
Yeah, I don't recommend that at all.
Mm-mm. I thought it tasted like burnt raisin.
You know, they mostly tasted like chocolate because you could barely taste the ant in chocolate covered ants. It was like a little drop of chocolate with an ant buried in there somewhere. I remember getting those on the way to Texas. Got them there, probably like in Missouri or somewhere in there. They sold them.
See, they were getting y'all used to eating bugs way back then.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever seen how apple cider is made?
No, I haven't.
I you know, I've actually operated the presses and stuff, and I've even extracted honey where they use a centrifugal force to pull the honey out of the hives. It's the same thing. In those processes, there's nothing you can do about it. Bees are going to get squished, especially in the apple cider pressing. So if you've ever had honey or apple cider, any apple, like applesauce, anything like that, there's going to be bee in there. There's going to be some amount of bee along with that. So,
Cruising carpenter. Well, I didn't know that. What does that mean? If you're allergic to shellfish, you'd stay out of the cricket. They got they got iodine too.
huh.
Good to know.
What I mean, you always learn stuff here.
They are the same. Ah, thank you, Gmo. Good to know.
I know back when I worked as a cook, and this place it was a big golf course. They did the women's PGA there and everything, but we used to get lots of shrimp. We're talking, hundreds and hundreds of pounds of shrimp, and we would have to go through it and prepare it, and we always had to watch out for the green shrimps. And out of 100 shrimps, there might be one. There might be none, but there also might be one. So you got to watch for them. That what I guess what it is they get caught in the nets, and they stay longer in the process before they're packed up, and they can kill people. A bad shrimp can kill somebody, so you have to really watch for them. Also, I don't know if you ever cleaned a lot of shrimp, but
Yes,
they're caustic. They'll burn your hands. Your hands will start to hurt just after an hour or so of cleaning shrimp.
I am so allergic to them. If I even touch them cooked, my hands will swell up and turn purple.
Huh. Yeah, you shouldn't eat that.
No, no shellfish for me. That's I kept on, even though I would break out with a rash. I didn't feel really bad, so I kept eating them. And then it just got to where when I had my last daughter in the hospital, whatever they use is iodine based, and I was going nuts. And they were taking me down for
Oh, yeah.
my doctor.
Shrimp.
No more iodine. For you.
all those things, shrimp, lobsters, crabs, they all look just like big giant sea bugs to me.
Well, yep, allergic to anything from the ocean. See. And
I can eat that.
love lobster, Alaskan king crab, the shrimp. Oh my gosh. Yeah,
You remember that with John? I think it was John Travolta, the boy in the plastic bubble.
yes.
Well, I've seen those GMO. I never tasted one.
I go outside all the time. I love it outside. I'm not afraid of nothing. I just, except for when a bee comes staring me in the eyes right in front of me, then it's like, "Ugh." Get up and do the little dance. Get away.
Oh, that can mess up your horseback riding real fast too.
Bees. Yeah.
Hmm Usually, a horse will flip out over a bee sting. They get up under your saddle blanket or something. Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
They'll be like me on that golf cart.
I've I've had horses almost throw me just because of snakes being 50 feet away.
Yeah.
They don't like them at all. We had one horse that would go out there and stomp a snake to mush. you know.
Yeah. Well, Carl, I'm going to close this one down.
All
Get
right, Bonnie. Thanks for
sleep.
having me up here. Good night, everybody in chat. See y'all somewhere soon.
I won't play no more Christmas music.
Nah, I'm just playing.
And so I know I think it was last Valentine's Day, I put up the candy hearts with the little sayings in them. Or maybe it was Valentine's Day before. I don't know, but as my background. And today I was trying to put a picture up as my background, and I can't figure out how to do it. And I'm like,
Are you doing it on the same device?
yeah, I think so.
I've never seen those options. I've never seen those when I go to set up a live. I don't even know where that type of stuff is.
Well, I know I had to have done it because I got my beach windows open here. I don't know.
I guess next time I go to do a live, I'll look around a little more before I start it.
Maybe NVO.
It's probably somewhere in the create stream part, huh?
I thought it was I thought it would be in the brands even, but it wants you to drag it. So if you have a tab open and you copy the link, it won't take that. And so I was trying to drag it and it was not dragging, and I was like, forget it.
Oh, well, Indy says she can help you with that.
Awesome. Because now I have them saved to my pictures, so I can just, however it goes. All right. Y'all have a good night. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Good night, everybody.
Keep Benjamin in your prayers. Prayers for everybody who needs them. And do what you can to make this a great Christmas for you. Whatever your favorite part of Christmas is, your favorite Christmas song, your favorite movie, anything you can find. Make it a good one. I'm trying my hardest. Love y'all. God bless you. Have a good night.